Could you please clear up the cuck article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well, just use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you. Heartfelt.
Elizabeth Harrison says, gonna miss the show, but have a good break. IHTAC, what's that?
Make more than their husbands in heterosexual marriages are up to 3 times more likely to get cheated on. Another recent study found that men's stress levels rise if their female partners earn more than 40% of the household income. Researchers find that promotions to top jobs dramatically increase a woman's likelihood of divorce, a pattern that does not hold true for men. In a series of studies published in the American Psychological Association's Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, men felt bad when their wives beat them at something. But they also subconsciously lost confidence when their wives got any wins, even when they weren't in direct competition with their partners. And this was true across all kinds of achievements, personal, social, and intellectual. Men felt worse about themselves when their partner succeeded compared to when she failed. And when their partner succeeded at something they failed at, their self-esteem took an even bigger hit, and in turn, their relationship satisfaction diminished. There's quite a bit of this data that seems to suggest that for ambitious women, personal success comes with a higher likelihood of relationship stress. And as long as we live in a world in which women's ambition often comes with these steep social and personal penalties, it's likely that these gender gaps will persist. In fact, there's quite a bit of research that shows women often change their behaviors in interactions that involve men to avoid this kind of backlash. For more on this kind of research and data, visit 2ambitious.
I got expelled from my old school for fucking my teacher. Yay! I hooked up with my Uber driver while my boyfriend was passed out in the backseat. Yay! I fucked my ex's best friend and he still doesn't know. Yay!
The school thinks my sugar daddy is my real dad because he signs me out every week.
Yay!
I had a crush on my teacher, so I started dating his son so I could come over.
Yay!
They're nowhere near the same standard as the men.
I could watch them bounce around like that all day, though.
Come on, have some respect.
You know what? You're right. Too far.
Attention to how men who are married deal with me at lunch. If he's flirting with the server, he's flirting with whoever, he's checking out women are walking by and he's checking out whatever case may be, that's a tell to me. If he's willing to cheat on his wife, no, Matt, it's just looks. But the looks is the beginning of it. Right. You know, looks is the beginning of it. So you got to discipline your eyes, your heart, your mind, because the eyes are a portal to the soul. And if you look at girls left, right, and you're breaking your neck, snapping your neck, looking and checking women, and you're married, there's something wrong with that. Because if you're willing to do that to your wife, what about me? What about next time a competitor tries to woo you in the relationship that we've built, you're trying to unwind that? To me, that was already a tell. And again, I probably just gave up my secret sauce, but that's one of the things I pay attention to when I'm having business lunches.
Hello, gentlemen. Let's see who else I got in here today. I have, oh my goodness, I got adjust. How do you like the new background here? I'm working on lighting here. It's complementary colors, right? It's all that blue and orange stuff that all the cool kids are doing right now. There we go. Much better. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right, guys. Before we get started, wait. I have something very exciting for you. Are you ready? It's a very exciting time because now I have a banner here at the bottom, courtesy of, let's see, Devil Mountain Coffee. If you're wondering why is Rolo always so amped up all the time? Look, they gave me this really cool like hand thrown cup. It's really nice. Thank you. I got a care package from my good friends at Devil Mountain Coffee. Finally, I guess you would call them sponsors. If they're sponsors, they give you 20% off code. Again, I don't make any money off of this. I just happen to like their coffee. They send me like cool cups and I get free coffee. That's about it, but it's well worth it. So if you guys want to get 20% off of I think your total order actually at Devil Mountain Coffee, go right ahead. Again, this is just me. I just a company that I really like, and I just been I've been drinking their stuff I've been drinking Devil Mountain Coffee for some time now. Why is that? Oh, is it misspelled? Oh, sorry. Devil Mountain Cup. Shit, my bad. Here I am. I'm all excited about that. Hold on, let me fix that up. It's Devil Mountain with a T. Sorry. I'll take that out. But if you use the code RMS, which is Rational Male Show, in the little code section when you go to checkout, then you'll get 20% off your order. I worked it out with those guys, and go check it out. Okay, so I have to explain to you why Devil Mountain Coffee. It's not because of the. I do like the brand, but it is the highest caffeine content you can get. And if you ever want to know what Rollo Tomassi's nutritional, if I ever got into nutrition, and if I ever started like a fitness program or something like that, it would be the caffeine and stress diet, because it works for me. And all you got to do is get caffeine, stress, and 2 very young greyhounds, and trust me, you will lose weight. So anyways, yeah, I'm glad you guys are like that. Okay, let's see. What's that? Who? And Leah Halpern's. Yeah, I was. That was me on Leah Halpern's appearance on Jed. That was me. Mea culpa. That was me. Sorry.
Would you like to know more?
Would you? We're gonna get into that actually today. She's on the hit list today. Let's see who else is on the hit list. I don't know if I want to give it away just this yet. Now, what am I getting into today? So today I'm gonna. I don't think I've ever touched on this topic before. I have been recently getting into some conversations with people that I know. In the Manosphere proper, and we've been having the conversations, as you might guess, about women in the Manosphere. And if you've read I'm sorry, I haven't got back to my blog, and I think the reason why I haven't done anything on the blog recently is because I'm working on 2 very intense posts right now. One is called 1971, and the other one is I'm working on the divorce show too for when I'm out in Miami with Myron, which will be the week of the 5th through the 10th of December. I will be out there with Mike Sartain, and we'll be making the rounds out there. But during that time, I will be doing probably a really, whenever I go and I do Myron, and whenever I do Fresh and Fit, I always do like one kind of tongue-in-cheek show, go and screw around kind of thing. Like maybe it's an after-hour show. But I always make sure that we go and we do our homework and we do a hard-hitting, like a real nuts and bolts. Hey, Mac. Good to see you. How are you, Mac? I haven't seen you in a while. How's the baby? But I usually do one hard-hitting show, and for instance, we did the promiscuity show. I think back in what was that, February? We did that. No, maybe it was March, because we were getting into it because of our good friend. Where is she? There, Giraffe Wallow. Yeah, we were talking about she inspired that. Drew, if you're ever going to watch this show, you inspired the promiscuity show. We've done the EPAR, and I can't say the real word until we get to the 30-minute mark, but the EPAR show, we did that this year. What else did we do that was really hard? We've done like the nuts and bolts stat stuff, and sort of the when women hit the wall kind of show. I think we did that about Paulina Porzakova. I want to say that was back in June, or maybe it was May. But I always make sure that I do one nuts and bolts show with Myron, because I really think that's honestly, I think it's kind of necessary. I try to keep everything nuts and bolts here, unless I'm doing a red meat show. Don't worry, brother. Don't worry. It's coming. It's coming. Your hot meal is coming. Your hot red meat is coming today. Oh yeah, we're gonna go there today for sure. Don't you worry. You just gotta wait for the build up. I've been watching too much Aaron Clary, but I've been talking recently about women in the Manosphere. Leah Halpern is a really good example of this. Jedediah Bila, of course, is another good example of this. There's a lot of women who come into this space simply because it's the new hotness. And I don't want to just pick on women, but I kind of have to aim in that direction on this show because of the overarching topic that I'm going to get into. But that's where the germ of the idea started. And so I was having this conversation with a very well-known Manospherian writer, podcaster, who will remain nameless for the time being. But we were talking about the women that are in the Manosphere right now. So if you go and you look at Pearly Things, who is a hack, and you look at Allie, and you look at Torsha, who I work with personally, and you look at, I'm trying to think of some other names too, because those are the easier ones to look at. But a lot of people have a problem with women in the manosphere, and I get it. Especially when I've written article after article about why women give really bad advice when it comes to dating and relationship advice, particularly for guys. I think it's probably pretty bad for women as well, because it tends to be in the emotional side of things and the woo-woo magical thinking side of things. It's almost always astrology, MBTI, whatever the hell it is. Like, there's always something there that's like, follow your heart, follow your emotions, follow your energy. I had that conversation with the girls on Access Vegas, on the last Access Vegas. And yes, I'll give you the updates on that here in a minute. But it's usually something that's more like touchy-feely. If you go and let's see if I can give you a good example. If you go into like Barnes and Noble, or you go onto hell, you could just go on even to Amazon or Goodreads.com. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Goodreads. I'm actually a member of Goodreads simply because I'm an author and have an author's page there. But if you go and you look in the self-help department, it's almost entirely by women for women. The only time you get a self-help thing for a guy is usually somebody like Justin Baldoni or something like that. Like guys who may as well be women and giving female advice, like from a very female, like a Matt Hussey style advice for guys. And essentially what it boils down to is it's like guys trying to reassure women that they'll go talk to the guys over here and make sure that they're acceptable and appropriate like matches for these guys at some point. I'll just go kick these guys in the ass. And that's why I threw on, I think, where is this video right
They're
here.
nowhere near the same standard as the men. I could watch them bounce around like that all day, though.
Come on. Have some respect.
I love this. This right here is a prime example of men policing men's thoughts. It's gotten to the point right now, gynocentrism has gotten to the point right now where guys will like, hey, you, leave her alone. Even though there's like no one, or there's no female, there's no woman around. It's a guy's trying to convince this guy, hey, you shouldn't like bouncing boobies. And let me tell you something. Why did I use that today? I'll tell you the irony of this. Is I was kind of sorting through my my saved and bookmarked videos. Sometimes I'll bookmark videos on like Instagram and Twitter, sometimes Facebook, but mostly Instagram and Twitter. And I'll save them for like a show that I think is going to be that they'll be applicable to. So I saved this one and I looked at the date and I remember why I saved this. It's ironic that this video was making the rounds in, let's see, I think it was October 13th is when it was. Do you know what October 13th is? October 13th is hashtag National Boobies Day. I shit you not. There is a day that is dedicated to women's breasts. Now, of course, that's probably because it happens in Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but it is, and so I looked up the hashtag, of course, and lo and behold, there's lots and lots of amateur boobies everywhere on that are attached to that hashtag. And I thought it was the height of irony that self-policing, like, hey, bro, that's not cool. You shouldn't talk about boobies like that. They're not all just slabs of meat. And then on the same breath, I literally in my feed, the next one down is like, free the nip or something like that, or it's like a International Boobies Day hashtag. And all it was just, and some of them were nice and some of them were definitely not nice. Yeah, free the tatas day. Thank you, Mac. Yeah. And I'm like, this is the messages that these guys are getting. This is the inconsistencies. So in one video, and I don't know who these guys are. On Our Watch, I think is what it's called. I forget who that. They're raising awareness and activism and everything on the same day that happens to be show your titties on Twitter day. That's pretty much where we're at right now. And when I see that, and then I get these questions from people all the time. They're saying, well, should women be in the manosphere? What's wrong with the kids today? Let's see if we can get these lost boys back on track when they're getting conflicting messages literally on the same day like that. And then in the meantime, I'm dealing with brands that kind of, or brands of me, like personality brands, influencer brands that come into this space because they see that it's the new hotness. and they wonder what's wrong with the kids today. Oh, we can, what's wrong with the boys today? How do we get them back to school? How do we get them back involved? How do we do this? Hell, I did a daytime talk show not too long ago that was supposed to be about that. How can we save the boys today? It's not about save the West anymore. It's about save the boys. And so when people get into this side of the manosphere, whatever, especially on the tradcon side of things, it's all, if you really want to see them, actually just go look up the hashtag from October 13th. It's like International Boobs Day or something like that, but it was October 13th. I mean, there's your date. You can go track it back if you really want to go see boobies. But when I see this and I listen to like someone like Jedediah Bila, or I listen to Leah Halpern, or I listen to like, it doesn't have to be them. Adam Sosnick is probably, just as culpable as anybody else, but they come into the space and they see that their numbers spike whenever they talk about intersexual dynamics. And I don't have a problem with that because the red pill, in my estimate, is public domain, right? It's open source. Please go ahead. But all I ask for is accuracy. That's all I'm asking for. But a lot of people have a real tough time with that. And a lot of people have a real tough time with credibility. So when the FTX scandal went down with Sam Bankman-Fried, and if you didn't catch that episode, I actually did a dedicated episode to that with Charlie from Cultivate Crypto and Miguel, who's he's my partner. I have to clarify that. He's my heterosexual business partner. And so I did a show with him that was dedicated to the FTX falling down. And by the way, I'm going to get into that a little bit today as well. Actually, I shouldn't say that. This is actually the germ of the idea came from what was going on with Sam Bankman-Fried. And am I saying that Fried, whatever. But when I'm watching Leah Halpern with Jedediah Bila, I'm like, these are two women who have just recently come into this space. So if you go and you look at pretty much anything that Jedediah, and I've been on Jedediah's show, I've met her, I've talked to her. I actually talked to her for quite some time after our show as well. I was on her show for quite some time. We shot it, I believe, in June, and she finally published it like in late July. But it's not enough to be a Bitcoin girl or crypto thought. Not my words, but a crypto thought. Right? It's not enough. Now you've got to be somebody who's intimately tied to Andrew Tate. That's a great grift, man. Let's jump on that. Let's pivot to that for a little while. And so now we look at someone like Leah Halpern as some sort of authority on the manosphere, because at one point she did a 90-minute interview, maybe 2 hours, with Andrew Tate a little over a year ago. And now she's an authority on it. And now she wants to go on, Adam Sosnick's show and talk about how, what's wrong with the kids today? What's wrong with the boys today? Oh, toxic masculinity is not really toxic masculinity. And I understand, like, people want to get behind that. The message is there. Like, I understand why people go, well, isn't she doing the Lord's work too, Rollo? Yeah. But again, accuracy is important, especially in this. And I'll tell you why accuracy is going to be important, because as we move into the future here, as we go into 2023, which is only a month away, well, close to a month away, as we go into 2023, we will get into the 2024 election cycle. And as soon as we get into that election cycle, suddenly, Manosphere, we never knew ye. Red pill, screw those guys. They're all incels and they have a big problem. I was never a part of that. And so I've seen the disowning. I've seen the, I've seen the distancing. I can remember when guys like Hafiz, and when he was actually part of the roommates, or even Abba and Preach, even like people who are vehemently against Fresh and Fit used to be on that show. They wanted to be on that show. They were there to talk about those same issues, and they really wanted to be part of the red pill until they didn't. And there's going to be, this is me, here, I'll get the, hold on. Since you guys like chick crack, this is the only piece of chick crack I have in the studio. So with the, can you hear it? I got to get some more juice in this thing. How do you get juice in that? With a magic 8-ball in hand, I'm going to give you my prognostication here at 20 minutes in as to what's going to happen in 2023. You're going to see a mass exodus from the mainstreamed red pill right now. Guarantee it. because it will be replaced by whatever social issues that we're supposed to be concerned about at that time. It might be racism. It might be, hell, I mean, this was supposed to be the year of the woman, right? It was about abortion, this. And I made a prediction. I'm still sticking to it. I'm not sure about the timeline, but I will say this: at some point, Roe v. Wade will come back to a federal thing. And it might get resolved during the next election cycle. It might be 2 years before they get to it. I might be wrong about the time frame, but I will guarantee you. Oh, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, I'm going to be interviewing Deepika, but the problem is we had some trouble with logistics. So as soon as I get back from Miami, I'll be doing actually not the day I get back, but like that weekend that I come back from Miami, I'll be doing a show with Deepika. It'll be a dedicated show. It won't be in this time slot. It'll be at a different time slot because she's in like India. She's in, where are you? Bombay? Not Bombay. I'm not sure exactly where she is, but she's in India, and so the time is really weird for us to sort of coordinate. But yes, I'm fully aware of Deepika's India sons, and by the way, I'm very encouraged by that. One of the things that I got into now, again, here's a woman who I would say ostensibly is in the manosphere, right? I mean, there are the most famous MRAs in the world all happen to have a vagina, except for Paul Elam, and that's debatable. But they are, they're still involved in all of this. They still they certainly have built brands off of this. Cassie J built a brand off of this. You go and you look at Karen Strawn. Is Karen Strawn still around? Is she still doing anything? I know she had like the Honey Badgers podcast for a while. Built a brand off of the MRAs. I mean, hell, Janice Fiamengo built it off of the MRAs. Bettina Art, I don't want to say she got it. Well, certainly not off of a Voice for Men, but there's other women who have built brands off of, I don't want to say the manosphere, but certainly the men's rights activists, men's rights movement, whatever the hell it is. I don't even know what they're calling it right now. I haven't either. I've not seen her in a while. But then those people at least seem to want to do their homework at the very least, because they're building a brand. They got to at least seem somewhat legitimate to the guys that they're supposed to be representing, right? It's another thing to be like a woman's dating coach, like a Marnie Wing girl is not a Janice Fiamengo. Let's just be honest here. So the interests are different, and the area of study, I guess, has got to be a little bit different. But when you look at like say the difference between someone like Pearl, and you look at that and you compare that against like say Deepika, right? Like Pearl, if you really don't want to be a hack anymore, go and interview Deepika, right? Go and get your bona fides. I don't think it's going to happen because you're a fast follower. You're not an innovator. You lift material, and vaya con Dios, man. I mean, whatever, but I have to look at the shift. I have to look at the pivot. For example, I mean, Leah Halpern's a good example of this. Like, she used to be Bitcoin girl, and now suddenly she's all about social issues, and she's all about like intersexual dynamics. Same thing happened with Jedediah Bila. And I'm going to show you a video here in a minute with Jedediah. And again, I like Jedediah. I'm going to go on her show when I'm out in Miami. I like her very much. In fact, I didn't like her at first, quite honestly, but now she sounds like me. Like, I mean, goddamn near it. Because when I listen to this stuff, she's already, using my material. She's using my video clips from like Access. And please do. Like I said, it's open source, but using my material, using a lot of the stuff that I was in conflict with Jedediah on our very first interview on her show, which I want to say was like May. I think it was May or June. Not really sure, but we're talking like 6 months ago. Like, she was very, very, I don't know, we had a different conversation, let's just say that. And then if you saw the last show that I did with her, via remote, I did it on StreamYard. It's a different conversation, and her tone has changed. And the conversation that she's having with other people also has changed. So when I'm listening to her speaking with Leah Halpern, and again, not to run either one of them up the flagpole, but it's just, I see the shift. And I don't want to say Jed is exactly red pill just yet, but the stuff that she fought me on 6 months ago, now suddenly she's on board with. And so there's one of two things that's happened. Yeah, money talks. You're right, Maury. Money talks, but also that's the trick there, right? Is it about the money? Is it about the grift? Is it about the pivot? Is that all it's about? Or is it, well, I've listened to these guys finally 6 months along, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe they got a point. It happens to be profitable, but for them especially. But now suddenly it's like, okay, maybe Rollo's not as insane as I thought he was back when he showed up with his long hair and he was dressed all in black and looked like Lucifer Morningstar, right? And so when I go on shows like that, and when I went on certain talk shows, and I'm not just talking about the most recent one, I mean other talk shows as well, I usually make an impression upon people, and then, you know, a few months later, they go, what did you mean when you said this? Like Patrick Bet-David hits me up, or Adam Sosnick hits me up. What did you mean when you said this? And of course, you know, I realize this. Yes, they're lifting my material. Okay, but I'm willing to have that conversation. I'll have the same conversation, by the way, with people who don't have any, like I've got a 1,000 sub podcast. I'm planning on, by the way, if I don't know if he's watching, I'm actually going to do a show with a guy who's kind of like a come up podcast out of the Philippines. I'll do it. I just want to have the conversation. That's, to me, the value isn't having the conversation because maybe I come up where I think of something that I wasn't thinking of before. It's valuable enough to me. But then there's the people who aren't like already on board. They're the people who want to fight you or debate you, or you're challenging their values. You're challenging their belief set. You're challenging what it is, their blue pill conditioning, really. And they've never heard anything like this. And then suddenly they want to know a little bit more. They might have told you to go pound salt or go to hell. But then 6 months later, they go, well, maybe he was right about that. But they don't want to say that you're right about that. I'm going to explain why that is. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll get into that here in just a second. Let me jump on this. Yeah, like Ruslan, for example. That's just not a bad example. I don't think he's certainly not as far. Ruslan is not as far along as Jed is. Jed, I'm almost proud. Like I'm all like a proud professor, you know, like when you're teaching your kids and stuff, you know.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
It makes me proud to see that, because she fought me on a lot of stuff. In fact, that'll probably be the first conversation I have with Jedediah when I'm out there in December. Like, do you see the light? That's what I'm going to say. Do you see the light? That's what I'm going to say. Like, are you now on board? Is she a sister wife? Yeah. Yeah, Jed, you could fill out, put it this way. Is she a sister wife? No, but she can fill out the form now. So, and Sorolita, I love you too. You're already a sister wife. But, and I'm not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but I think one of the things, the hesitation that most guys have is the hesitation of that guy in that ad, right? You don't want guys to police you. And people don't like to feel like they're being sold to. They don't like to feel like they're being influenced. They don't like to feel like their thoughts are being policed. And usually that's as a result of trying to convince somebody, like the best way I can put this is I had the conversation about women in the manosphere, and I'm going to talk about that here, like just a little bit later on when we get to the empire buildings portion of our show. But to get to that point, you have to have the conversation about like influence and advice. And most people don't want to take advice. And who was I talking to about this? I think it might have been Miguel on that show. People generally don't like to feel like they're being like proselytized to, like they're being preached to, right? Or you're trying to seduce them, right? In the seduction, in the sense, not that you're trying to get in their pants, but you're trying to sell them a used car or something like that. Or you're trying to change their minds about something. And that's really tough for most human beings in general. So when you are giving someone advice, I think particularly in this day and age, most people don't want to hear advice. They don't want to be told shit, right? They want to believe that they already know. They're smart enough, because there's kind of like, I don't say it's an ego protection thing. It might be a little bit, but I think there's an element of, this guy believes he's superior to me. He's talking down to me. Especially if it's advice coming from somebody that you think like status wise is above you, as opposed to somebody who's like below you. And you're in the middle, kind of like, whose advice do I want to take? Am I even looking for advice? I mean, because there's a big difference between unsolicited advice and like somebody that you're like actively looking for advice from. So if I go and I do a counseling session with my Patreon group, or I do a one-on-one session, I tell guys, I'm not giving you advice. I'm giving you analysis. I look at your situation. I say, here's what I see. What do you think would be a good course of action. That's your advice. You get to be involved in this. And I think that when anybody in the influencer / clout / hustle economy goes on a YouTube channel such as this, or goes, especially the Manosphere, right? There's nothing as personal as like solving your reproductive problem. So we call people on Instagram influencers. They might not even talk about, relationships or intersexual dynamics. They might be influencers in the sense that they're like right-wing politicians or left-wing or whatever. Or they're all about inclusiveness and tolerance and love and multiculturalism. And like that might be their influence. In fact, I really kind of hate the term influencer because like, what are you who are you trying to influence? And what is your influence? Right? People don't think that. They just want to they want free coffee. They want free coffee from whatever, they want to be endorsed. They want to get they want try on haul. Girls want to go look up try on haul, HAUL or HAUL. Yeah. Try on haul. There's your influencers right there for today. OnlyFans. Are OnlyFans girls influencers? I guess maybe they can be. Fitness guys, definitely influencers. Positivity hustlers. Was it success porn? Really need to I think next year I'm going to really go hard at the success porn grifters. Because we've done shows about that before on Rule Zero. But I mean, you look at the people who are trying to influence right now. Hey, hey, y'all. Speaking of, man, I got Mac, I got Tori, I got Soralita. I even saw Sarah Davis in there. See, I got chicks, man. They're sister wives. And you know what? Maybe I should put it out there. Tori, Sarah, and Soralita, and I guess Mac too. Should we allow Jed into the Rollo Tomassi Rational Male Sister Wife Club? Can she fill out the application yet, or should we just hold on? Wait, we're not letting Pearl know. Allie, no. There's a lot of other people we don't want to get. No. Should we let them into the Sister Wives Club? I don't know. Anyways, getting back to it. The idea of advice and the idea of influence, people, unless you're like actively seeking it out, or like self-help, or you're looking for, you're having a problem, personal problem. Most women, they just go to their friends, right? But yet self-help, as I was saying before, happens to be the largest section in Barnes & Noble, right? Or they happen to be the largest, it's one of the most, let's just say this, it's the most impacted category on certainly Amazon, right? So why is that? It's by women for women, or it's by guys who want to in some way influence women, but they're seeking advice. So when somebody who is above you in station tries to give you sort of this fatherly advice or this uncle advice, whatever, if 5 or 10% of that sinks in, you're doing pretty well. Most people don't want to be told shit. And I think I pointed this out on the last show. Most people don't develop their values. They don't develop their belief set based on peer-reviewed meta research, independently funded by well-known research scientists. It was with Ryan when I was doing the academia show with Ryan Stone. Ryan Stone, not Rhinestone. And we were talking about how people form, how are you going to change people's minds? For instance, I think the conversation was, Rollo, why don't you go debate Destiny? I can go have a conversation with him. I can certainly express here's my differences with Destiny. And yes, I did see the Lex Friedman thing, and God damn, that was a great interview. Destiny and his girlfriend are a prime example of what I'm going to get into here when I talk about how women destroy men's empires, because I see that happening. And I also understand that when you're giving advice and you're trying to be influential with people, if it's unsolicited, it's almost like an act of dominance. I know something you don't know. And then so what happens is you have this exchange. And if somebody's telling me I know something you don't know, and I'm of a literalist mind or whatever, I'm part of Gen Z or whatever, my next, almost reflexive response is going to be, yes, but I know this. Did you really know that? And so now it's this dick measuring contest. And I'm not saying that it's not just guys doing the dick measuring. It's also women that are doing the dick measuring at this point too, especially from within the manosphere. And so there's this sort of back and forth that happens with respect to influence and advice. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I think it has been more pronounced in the media, in the social media age than ever before. For instance, if you were going to get advice from your family or your dad or an uncle or somebody, a family member, for example, or if you're going to read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, if you're going to read how to make friends and influence people, whatever it is, power positive thinking, Zig Ziglar, I don't care what it is. You're going to read those. You're reading those with the purpose. You actually seek those things out. And I think that's one of the strengths of the Manosphere is we don't advertise. We don't have big billboards that say, hey, come on into the Rational Male, come on into Fresh and Fit. We don't have big media campaigns to recruit more and more people. We're here because there's a demand and people seek it out. We don't go it's not actually in my best interest to put out to do ads or Google AdSense ads on because the money I would put out or would expend to promote my book would impact the actual royalties I would make on the book in the first place, and it's actually pointless to do that. But even still, even back in the forum days, in the blog days, in the sort of before I went public days, there was still a conversation, but you had to seek it out. And I still think you have to seek it out today. But again, because we're in this influencer economy right now, that advice, you can't, I said, this is where I suffer from anyways, is I can't go on this show or I can't go on any other show without some son of a bitch thinking, well, his philosophy is this, his ideology is this, he's promoting this, his advice is this. This is what he's telling the youth of America. And every time I hear that, I don't care if it might be the most well-meaning guy in the world, and it might be somebody who just hates my guts. But whenever I hear that, I stop them in their tracks and I say, no, that is not what I do. I don't offer advice. I don't never build myself as an influencer. Maybe I am by default because you can't go on the internet and talk about the things that I do without somebody going, well, so the advice is this, right? Oh, 9 iron rules of Tomassi. Let's go look at them all individually because that sounds a lot like 12 rules for life. And people will lean into that, They know that people want a guidebook. They want a step-by-step program or template. They want advice. And so they default to expecting that anybody that they see online, their whole reason for being online in the first place is to give advice, is to give influence. And so why am I getting into this? Because when women and people who are pivoting from whatever their topic was before they got online to trying to be the white boy version of Fresh and Fit, or sort of paraphrasing the stuff that I do, or using my book as sort of derivative material for their own stuff. Again, like accuracy. But the reason why they're doing that, the expectation is, well, I'm going to be the influencer. I'm going to go give the advice that Rollo's not going to, Rollo won't do. Right? I just don't give advice. I don't care one way or the other what the fuck you do with what I say here. I hope you use it as a net benefit. I hope you save your life. I know damn well that it has influenced people, out of, committing suicide. I've got those notes. I'll read one to you here today if you'd like. But I look at that stuff and I'm like, that's the power of education. That's the power of equipping guys to be prepared for those things. And that's what today's show is about. It's about preparing you and equipping you. It's not about hating women. It's not about watch out because evil woman will come along and take all your stuff. Witchy woman. No, that's not what today is about. But I cannot go on this show and talk about unflattering aspects of female nature without that being that's his philosophy. Fuck you. That is not my philosophy. I'm giving you equipment. I'm giving you education. What you choose to do with that, how you choose to feel about that, that's up to the individual. So, you're painting girls into a negative light. When it's unflattering truths about their nature, yeah, maybe it is. It kind of seems kind of negative, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. The 48 laws of power, for example. Why did they ban the 48 Laws of Power from like the prison system? Because they thought it was an instruction manual. This is how you be powerful. We can't teach violent offenders and to use the 48 Laws of Power. This book is evil. We can't do that. That's not what the book's about. And I remember that. I remember when it was published in 1998 actually. And I remember when it first came out, like I think it was in 2000, they were banning it from prisons. You couldn't read the 48 Laws of Power in prison. And the reason for that is because the people who initially saw that, or maybe they skimmed through like the cliff notes of it, that broke down like a few of the rules. Oh, no. Power? We're going to teach these guys how to be more powerful? No. But they thought it was an instruction manual. They thought it was advice. They thought that the 48 Laws of Power was influencing. It's going to influence them. What about pornography? What about violent video games? It's influencing the boys to be, mass murderers and e-parists. Can I say it yet? No. But it's not. I mean, there's absolutely no causal link between violent video games and, boys being, violent offenders. So until you're ready, until you can show me that cause and effect, and we don't have a discussion there. But we don't use that. We don't, like, people will tell me that all the time. Like, even Mike Sartain was telling me that. Like, there's no link between violent video games and guys going out there and going, you know what, that seems like a good idea. I'm going to go out and gun down as many people as I can. Right? No. And it's very well known. We've known this really since like the late 80s or the early 90s for sure. But we still hear it now and then. Oh, but guys are just in their basements jerking off and they're playing video games. Well, how come they're not out like mass murdering everybody? Well, because there's no causal link. Oh, they know that. But if I go and I say, well, there's no causal link between incels, like killer incels, and the Manosphere, or there's no causal link between the material, the influence that's being put out there by somebody like, say, Andrew Tate or something like that. But we want to, if we feel strongly enough about it, if it challenges our ego invested beliefs, then it don't matter that it's comparable to violent video games versus like violent offenders. No. Now we're on board with it because it's strong enough. It's an impactful enough. And there's nothing that is more significant, more impactful than solving a reproductive problem. Than getting off, yes, but also like having babies, really starting a family, because that's really, I mean, if you look at our biological prime directive, that's what it's really all about. It's intersexual competition and it's the reproductive problem, more or less. And we can expand and we can blow it up from that point. But again, people get very and you're going to see why here in a moment. People get very invested in propriety, right? And that's inappropriate for a man to be with that woman. People will say, hey, why do you hang out with Tori? I got pictures of me and Tori. Tori's got big majigums, man. I love them. I love Tori like a daughter, right? But people go, oh, that seems improper. Well, I know the situation and the optics are what they are. But again, why do we have that? Why is that even a thing for us to think about? And so as a result, it's like, that's the influence. Oh, yeah, he can't go on without, I'm not giving advice, but people think I'm giving advice simply because I exist, simply because I've written 5 books, simply because I do this show, simply because I go on other talk shows. So therefore you're promoting a lifestyle, you're promoting an ideology, you're promoting a philosophy, and I have to stop them in their tracks and say, no, I'm not. Now, the reason why I'm giving you this preface right now is because when guys get to a point where they want to either ignore this stuff, they want to ignore the education, or they want to embrace it, but only halfway, like a half measure, like purple pill it, right? That's when they get themselves into a heap of trouble. Now, why did I throw this video into the montage?
Could you please clear up the cuck article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Anyone remember?
Well, just use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you. Heartfelt.
Elizabeth Harrison says, gonna
Why did I not use this as like I I got to use this as a sound drop at some point. Let me pull this out. Sorry, I hit the wrong key. There we go. I got to use that as a sound drop. Fuck you, heartfelt. Do you realize, big majigums, baby. Yeah. Do you realize, how old do you think that clip is? How old is that clip? Come on, somebody tell me how old that clip is. That clip is not even a year old. You remember that? Does anybody remember Jack Murphy? Anyone? Oh, let me put it back.
But have a good break. The cock article you wrote.
I am not going to talk about this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you.
God, I got to put that up there. That was December 17th, 2021. That was on the now defunct You Are Here podcast with Elijah Schaefer and Sydney Watson, who I love to death. I love both of them to death, by the way. But now that show's gone. And quite honestly, that was kind of the catalyst, I think, for the demise of that show. Because that brought a landslide of, I don't say bad press, but it was enough where like Sydney could no longer really, and I love Sydney. By the way, I'm just no hit on Sydney. She never really tried to be in the Manosphere to begin with. But that was, I was on the show the week before and we talked some good shit, man. I was on twice on that show. I went on Elijah Schaefer's Slightly Offensive. I went on there once. And that was actually a very busy month because prior to that, I was out I did the Avengers Assemble episode with myself, Justin Waller, Andrew Tate, and Sterling Cooper, and then Myron and Fresh. And then I did that. God damn it. It seems like that was like it seems like it was 10 years ago. It wasn't even a year ago. That was December 17th, 2021. That was actually the week. Had I known, sorry guys, had I known, I could have warned you. But right after that, what happens? Well, then of course, Jack Murphy was an integral part, but he was a regular on Tim Pool. No longer. He's no longer a regular on Tim Pool anymore. Let's just be honest. He was no longer a regular on Tim Pool probably a month after that incident. Sydney Watson, of course, then blows up the show. There's no more You Are Here, which is sad because I thought that show had a lot of potential. I really wanted to see that sort of take off that's on The Blaze. That was on Glenn Beck's network. Again, that was so long ago, but you're looking at a single incident, and you're actually kind of looking at two incidents because Sydney she was completely unfamiliar with Jack Murphy, didn't know what she was getting into. They had him on because they knew that he was part of Tim Pool's crew, and they thought they were going to get good engagement. And boy, did they ever get good engagement off of that. I'm still friends with Elijah. At least I can still laugh about that with Elijah. I don't know what Sydney's doing these days, but like, again, coming into the Manosphere, some women can hack it. Some women have Teflon. They're Teflon coated. Others are not, or they're Teflon coated up to a point and they can't take the gunfire anymore. And that's when they pivot to something else. And again, this is not about women in the Manosphere, but it's more importantly, it's the Manosphere as a whole and women coming into it and diluting the message or not being able to hack it, like thinking that, oh, that's all I got to do to get engagement. I just got to lift a few, sing a few bars from The Rational Male, and then I'll have people that will want to come and see my show as a cover artist at, karaoke night. Oh, okay, no problem. I can build a brand off of that. Until you get hecklers in the audience throwing shit at you, and that's not how Rollo played it. Ah, boo, get new material. But so why did I put that in there? Well, it's a year old, but also it was the downfall. It was the catalyst. It was the point at which that show sort of went into a tailspin. Now, there's other incidences, and yes, we're going to get to Tim Pool and Adam Crigler. Don't worry, that is definitely incoming. But I wanted to point out a few things here before we got started. I need to point out the fact that women destroy men's empires. And that we can go back in time. If you really want to get like, don't worry, Adam, I'll get to it. Gosh, settle down, Beavis. When I'm talking about empires, I mean, like, it could be your family. It could be your business. It could be your influencer brand. It could be your brand of me. It could be the business that you've pretty much spent your entire life putting together. And I think that they're, especially in a blue pill paradigm that I see over and over and over again, as I see powerful men, rich men, influential men, wealthy, very wealthy, in some cases, very, very wealthy men whose downfall is precipitated simply because because they were blue pill and they still, they're blue pill alphas more or less, but they stuck to their guns and they did what they thought was right. Their value set was influenced by the blue pill, but also by, religion, family, media, whatever. I mean, remember what I was saying before. Very few people build their belief sets or their values on peer-reviewed studies and metadata and research and stuff. They usually do it because it's a lived experience or it's because of their family. Well, when that carries into personal success, whether it's instrumental in that success or not, is kind of irrelevant, because what happens is when guys get successful, they believe that whatever it is that their value set happened to be is responsible for that success. And in some cases, that might be true. In some cases, well, I have a really strong work ethic, and so therefore now I make a lot of money. I own my own business. I'm an entrepreneur. I make a shit ton of money, and now I can go write a book about it, right? Well, was that guy's success built on the value set that he had, or was he just simply happened to be in the right place at the right time, studied the right things, built the right things out, did some? So was it chance, or was it sort of his overall belief in himself, confidence, right? Was it what most success porn hustlers will tell you is like, you gotta believe in yourself, right? I mean, 90% of these guys, if you went and you got like the Tao Te Ching, or you got like some book of Confucius, quotes, and word for word, go do this. Somebody go do this with your Instagram. Go pull something out of the Tao Te Ching. That opens. It's Chinese wisdom, right? Confucius say, best time to plant tree is 30 years ago. Second best time is now, right? You go put that, like the tea leaves, kind of like fortune cookie shit. Get a fortune cookie, read it, type it out, put it as an Instagram post, and watch it explode. People love that shit, man. There's nothing that is more like rewarded and reinforced than fortune cookie shit. Like, especially in the hustle economy. Hey, fresh. Well, is that really fresh? I think that's fresh. Yes. They will destroy kingdoms. Hopefully this is fresh. Fresh. Thank you for that. And yes, I will get back to it. Now, one thing I have told, I'll explain here. I'll give you one quick insight to my relationship with Fresh. I'm Myron too, I guess. Whenever I'm hanging out with Fresh and we're talking about women, and this is especially, I think about a year ago, actually, when the whole Miranda thing went down, right? Now nobody wants to give you shit about Miranda anymore, right? They want to give you shit about something new. But what did I tell you when we had that? It wasn't in November. It must have been later on. I think it was in spring of this year. And you were talking about some girl. And I said, is she a compliment to your life? And you said, yes. And I said, is she the focus of your life? And you said, no. And I said, then date her. If you can answer those two questions like that, go date her. Yeah, go right ahead. A woman should only ever be a compliment to your life, and she should never be the focus of your life. And that's the problem. Thank you, Fresh, for reminding me of that. Because in that one little fortune cookie saying, women should never be the focus of your life. Women should only ever be a complement with an E, and instead of the focus. And what happens is most guys will make women their focus. When we talk about pedestalizing a woman, most guys don't pedestalize a woman. They pedestalize womankind, right? The guys who were talking about, you shouldn't, they're self-policing each other. Hey, mister, you shouldn't look at those boobies on International Boobie Day, right? You shouldn't do that, right? Policing yourself like that. That's what I'm getting at. It's like, yeah, because for them, they think that the focus is all about womankind. They're pedestalizing not just one female, they're pedestalizing feminism, gynocentrism, womankind in general. We need to lift them up and not treat them like pieces of meat. You should really think differently, man. You should change it. That's like psyops is what that is, man. It's like psychological conditioning. Like when a guy polices another guy about thinking the right thoughts, what a mind fuck that is. Holy shit. It doesn't have to come from a woman. It doesn't have to come from being shamed on like national TV. You're the guy that you think is like your business partner, somebody you can hang out with. He's the guy that's shaming you. Do you realize how powerful that is? That's like Orwellian power right there. It's like ratting your parents out for like wrong think. Only they're not doing that. Instead, it's like on International Boobie Day. Hey, you shouldn't be talking about boobs like that. What? And meanwhile, there's conflicting messages all over Twitter because of that. But that's what I'm talking about, is it's this pedestalization. And I will tell you this right now. When you pedestalize a woman, they will hate you that much more for pedestalizing her. You know why? Because if you well, really anybody, but mostly it's women. But when you pedestalize a woman who doesn't deserve to be pedestalized, and very, very few of them do, like none of them do, the fact that, especially if that person doesn't think that they deserve to be pedestalized, they have that much lower of an opinion of you for making them more than they actually are. That is what I'm kind of digging into this recently. Is particularly it's kind of like the OnlyFans paradox. Like women want this attention. Clearly they do. They make a shit ton of money. Well, most, if you can make a lot of money off of it if you do the right things and you're the right kind of chick. I'm going to talk about Aella here in just a minute. Yes, we're going to get to her. But that attention economy, that cloud economy, that hustle economy for women is primarily based on attention. And that attention is rooted in the fact that blue pill men will pedestalize womankind, not just the individual model, not just the OnlyFans girl with, in the top 0.4%. We're talking about womankind in general, to the point where they'll self-police. Like, you're in the locker room. We don't want to have locker room talk here because we're evolved men of the future. And, they're human beings. We should talk about something else. Okay. Sports. No, that's toxically masculine. But that's what it is. And so when you pedestalize someone, especially when that person doesn't feel like they ought to be pedestalized, they have that much lower of an opinion of you because they're like, I'm not all that. And this guy thinks I'm all that. So what does that say about him? And I think a lot of guys, particularly in the TradCon set, get like wrapped up in that shit. Is they think that if they become less, then she becomes more. Now, on a certain show that I was on recently, we'll go nameless because I have a gag order, more or less. On that certain show, I brought up the point how today men are viewed as superfluous. And maybe I don't have the video for you right now. I'm sorry about that. But like, there's a video that's circulating right now. And I think it was like a very old woman's show or talk show. It might've been Sally Jessy Raphael, or I forget who's that other chick, the female Phil Donahue. I can't remember her name, but Cher was on. And this is Cher, like circa like late 80s, or no, early 80s, maybe late 70s. And they're like, she said, do you need a man? And she's like, for what? Like, that was out of her mouth. Like, for what? And that was really kind of like the beginning of, I don't need a man. I don't think it was Ricky Lake. No, it was earlier than that, man. It was early. I want to say it had to have been early 80s, but it wasn't Ricky Lake. What the hell was that chick's name? Anyway, so the video's going around with Cher. And then, of course, what happens is there's a few TikTok videos that kind of complement that with the women of, like, say, 2020, 2022. And they're saying the same thing. I don't need a man. I want a man. And explaining this, don't worry, we're going to, yeah. We're getting to that too today. It's coming up. It's on the grill right now, my friends. It's not quite seasoned just enough. But when I see that, and then I listen to what the TikTok videos that are like, they run them side by side in this video. And then, of course, the video continues and it shows like 99% of men are in combat deaths. They're fishermen, they're longshoremen, they're long haul truckers, that like the whole nation basically runs on, you need men, ladies, you need men. Trust me, you need men. Men are not superfluous, but we treat them. Our mentality is that they are superfluous. That's the problem. Because when you ask a woman, do you need a man? Like, I don't need no man. I want a man, but I don't need a man because I'm independent of men and I don't need them. No, you are dependent on them. Maybe not the guy sleeping next to you. Maybe not your dad. Maybe not the guy you knocked it out on Tinder with. But you know what? The guy who created Tinder, the guy who created the cell phone, the guy who created the sidewalks you had to walk of shame back home from, was most likely a dude. So yes, you do need men. You just don't realize that you need men. And that's what I got at, is like, we are at a point right now where we've made men superfluous. And you've heard me use that term here before, superfluous. Is that a $10 word? Because I know we're not supposed to write down, or we're supposed to write to an 8th grade reading level. Would that be on the 8th grade vocabulary list? That's your vocabulary word for today, children. It's superfluous. Superfluous. Nice to have around, but not necessary. Ancillary, I think, is what Cappy said on Access Vegas. It's nice to have around, but it's an add-on, but not necessary. It's not mission critical, put it that way. And so we have, I brought this up in as far back as my 3rd book, is Positive Masculinity. Fathers are superfluous until such a time as their son or daughter becomes a criminal, or they're into drugs, or they become suicidal, or they have some sort of problem. And then the first thing out of our mouth is what? Where's the father in all of this? Whenever I see ads, and it's sort of this female empowerment ad, and has something to do with family, or has something to do with maybe a product, or a utility, I don't know, whatever it is, an appliance, right? And it's the mother and maybe one child or two children. And there's no father anywhere to be found. It's just the mother and them. Oh, we're on our own. We can do it all, baby. We don't ask where, I do, but most people don't ask, where's the father? Well, we ask where's the father when the guy is in the streets yelling and screaming, or where's the father when it's, drag queen storybook hour at the library. That's when we ask, where's the father? That's when we need men. We need men to step up. Well, for what? You can't ask men to man up when you've been telling them to man down for as long as you have. But that's when we want to. That's when the responsibility is, the reason why this kid's a criminal and a drug addict and selling drugs and God knows what else is because he doesn't have a father in the house. And if you had a father there, and men need to be more involved. But I thought mothers were superheroes. I thought we didn't need no man. We just want a man, and women can fulfill that role just as well as any man can. And then we want to have that conversation. Then suddenly it's not toxic masculinity. That's what I mean by superfluous. We treat men as if they're not necessary. They're nice to have around, but until they become necessary to have around, until we need a scapegoat, until we need somebody to wipe this whole thing off on. Well, the problem with that is that because we look at men as superfluous, because we look at them as sort of like unnecessary, we kind of have a different take on them when they become powerful. And when they are put into positions of, wealth for sure, but like the influence, authority, when men get authority, very few men have authority, but the few men that do, that is like, you want to know why, Henry Kissinger said, there's no greater aphrodisiac than power. And in a sense, I understand that, but it's really more status, and it's really more authority. What can this guy do? And the great kings of old, the pharaohs of old, like Cleopatra, Mark Antony, Cleopatra, Aella, even Julius Caesar, right? You can go back in time and see the power behind the throne. Now, I've talked about this once with Pat Campbell way back in the good old days about the power behind the throne, which is you've got a very powerful man who is powerful either because he's wealthy or because of heredity or because he has political influence. However he derives his power, there is this, I think, and I'm not sure that I agree with it, but you guys, maybe we can all sort of hash this out and come to a consensus here. I'm not sure I agree that power itself is an aphrodisiac. I think a guy who looks good, a powerful guy who has a really great physique, that might definitely be an add-on. But I don't think power in and of itself is necessarily an aphrodisiac, because if it was, a guy who looks like Henry Kissinger will be swimming in top shelf pussy. And we know that wasn't true. So when I look at that, it's like, yeah, power's a big deal. But you got to remember that when you look at the difference between men and women, look at men as sort of like the disposable sex, and we look at women as the vulnerable sex. And that's just simply our evolved gender roles. So, for instance, you do want me to give you the big head baby spiel? I can do that. Women are the vulnerable sex, and as such, men are far more powerful. Physically, we're more powerful. problem solving wise, we tend to be more rational thinkers, like instinct, emotion, and reason. That's how women tend to prioritize interpreting their world. Men, on the other hand, used to instinct, reason, and then how the hell do I feel about this? That's how the mechanics in our brain evolved, and that's how it works. Triune mind theory. I'll show you the illustrations here in a minute. Actually, let me throw that out there. I think I have that available right now. Where'd it go? There it is. I do have it on tap. Look at that. There it is. Lizard brain, mammal brain, human brain. So for women, it's instinct, emotion, and reason. So it goes from left to right. For men, it's instinct, reason, and then emotion. How did I feel about that? How can I get out of this problem? How can I solve this problem? Men tend to be innate problem solvers. And as such, we tend to, like, people say, well, men are emotionally stunted. They're emotionally weak. They're not always emotional intelligence, right? In no other, there is no greater luxury belief, Rob Henderson, there's no greater luxury belief than this idea of emotional intelligence. No, you're talking about social skills is what you're really talking about. Interpreting people's moods, understanding that. Yeah, maybe. I would argue this. If there is such a thing as or emotional intelligence, which the jury is really still way out on that. If there is, the standard and the normalization of it, or the criteria for it, the correct way of being emotionally intelligent is all in a female perspective. It's all in a female context. Because if I'm emotionally intelligent and I'm a guy and my first reaction is I'm going to kick this motherfucker's ass because my emotion is anger, why does that make me emotionally unintelligent when it's fight or flight, right? It's a survival situation. Oh no, let's talk about this. Let's talk about our feelings. Mr. Mugger who's about to kill me on the street. So why is it that I know this is an aside, but if there is such a thing as emotional intelligence, why is it in a female context? That's the real gist of all that. And yes, I've been asked about emotional intelligence in the past. But so you got guys who tend to, especially more driven, more alpha male guys who are the type A personalities, they tend to be single-minded about stuff, right? They tend to have what Steve Jobs, they used to say about Steve Jobs, the reality distortion bubble. Like, it's my way or the highway. This is how I want things to work. And for most guys, they can't pull that off. But powerful men with money, with power, with talent, with skills, some of them can pull that off. And they can develop very successful brands, which end up becoming very successful lifestyles. So if you know anything about the 48 Laws of Power or Art of Seduction, and I guess a little bit in 33 Strategies of War, but like those two books anyways, Robert Greene talks about seduction with respect to the 48 Laws of Power. And for women, covert power has always, being covert about things, covert communications has always been the only means to power that women really had. So it was men conquer worlds and women conquer men. And that was, now that's not a quote from the book, but I'm sure you probably heard that in the trad Manosphere at some point. That's really what I'm getting into today, because what I see right now is I see power couples like Kim Kiyosaki and Robert Kiyosaki. Well, I'll go ahead and say it. Dr. Phil and his wife, most definitely. I look at, I'm going to say Tammy Peterson and Jordan Peterson, and I would definitely throw Michaela in there as well. They run that show. All of them run those organizations. And these are very powerful men who had to come up through the ranks. They had to build themselves up. That's what we talk about this all the time. You got to be the best version of yourself. Be on point. Chase excellence, my friend, to the exception of everything else. And this is like the consequence side of things that if I'm going to warn you against, if I'm going to educate you against anything, listen to this, learn from the mistakes of others. I was looking at, as you guys know, I'm very good friends with Robert Kiyosaki. Still am, always probably will be. He's a good dude. And I didn't realize how good a dude he was until I started I dare say I'm a really close, good personal friend of Robert's now. And so I know his situation. I know he's divorced. Like, let's just be honest. Like, if you don't know anything about Rich Dad Radio or Rich Dad Poor Dad, they have been, like, Kim and him have been divorced for going on 8 months now, something like that. Anyways, that's when I met him, right? That's when George Gammon and Ken McElroy and Jason Hartman, all of which really close friends of mine, introduced Robert to my book. And then he read it, and he took, if you've ever seen Robert talk about my work or has, hanging out with me, he just gives me glowing reviews. And again, I love him like I want to say I love him like a brother, but I think I love him like an uncle, because he's kind of like the old guy. And yeah, he can be repetitive, but I get where he's at. He's very appreciative. And I have seen the change in his life as a result of going through the process of having the only woman that he's ever been involved with, like into like his God, how long are they married? Something like almost like 35, maybe 40 years of marriage, I want to say. Maybe it's more than that. But Kim Kiyosaki's like 64 and he's like 75. So that'll give you just a little bit of a preface right there. And she is an integral part of that organization right now. And essentially she runs that organization that he founded, that he put together. He's the face of it. Right? And then she comes along with rich woman, poor woman, right? There's always like this add-on. And eventually what happens is a powerful men who never resolve the blue pill question, who never become red pill. You want to know why Robert Kiyosaki is so appreciative of what I do? Because he's red pill at 70. Well, I guess he was 73 when I met him. But now at 75 years old, he's very much a red pill. He's living a better life. He didn't like self-delete. He got zeroed out, but not financially. He got zeroed out here, got zeroed out emotionally. And I'm glad I was there to help him. I'm glad we forged a friendship over that. That was great. But very powerful guy. And his empire is still intact. But over the course of, since 1986, you're right. But over the course of their marriage and over the course of the business, building the business up from scratch, from the one book, all the way up to, and he had other businesses before that, but like building Robert Kiyosaki became Robert Kiyosaki, right? Dr. Phil became Dr. Phil. And now I don't even know what her name is. His wife, very much an integral part of that show. A lot of people did. I didn't realize that when I was on the show. I did not realize. In fact, if I could do it, like people say, what would you do differently about the Dr. Phil show? I would have done my homework on his wife. In fact, that was a big mistake in my opinion. Was underestimated, like not doing my OPSEC on her. I was doing more OPSEC on the people who were like sort of on the show with me, who again, I can't talk about it. But if I were to do it again, I would have been far more prepared for her being a rabid, raging feminist, which by the way is no secret. You can go find that out on Instagram. you can go, she's all over the place. Trust me. Had I known that, I probably would have done things different. But again, a man who built an empire, whose wife is essentially, the queen has essentially taken over the empire. Robert Kiyosaki. Robert Kiyosaki's in a good place. Don't get me wrong. But I was the guy I was having the conversation with, who will go nameless. I said, you know what? Robert Kiyosaki would have been Dr. Phil had he not found the red pill, had he not read my work. He would still be in that same sort of idealistic pie in the sky. We got to shame other men kind of bullshit, right? It's this bullshit right here. This is what he.
Attention to how men who are married deal with me at lunch. If he's flirting with the server, he's flirting with whoever. He's checking out women are walking by and he's checking out whatever case may be. That's a tell to me.
Okay. This right here is identical to, and then by the way, it was Seven Figure Club. I forget the guy's. This guy works with PBD. I don't even know the guy's name. He's like another success porn hustler, and he adds a little bit of Christianity to it. And I've seen him before. I know he's come out fresh and fit. I forget the guy's name. I know he's been on Adam's show too. Somebody will give me the name for the dude. But anyways, long story short, the guy has built a very successful brand, and in some ways around the Manosphere, like coming at the Manosphere or agreeing with it because he loves Tate, but he hates Fresh and Fit. Anyways, when I see stuff like, how can I trust a man in business if he's like checking out other girls? If anything, I would start that with that guy, Justin Waller. Great example of that. He's a good dude. I want to start a brand of liquor with him. Quite honestly, I've seen women give him phone numbers, like write it on the check and begin hand him at restaurants before. I know what he's about. It's not, if you're talking about this kind of stuff, this is really just self-policing. But this is a guy who wants to go out there and virtue signal in this way and policemen's thoughts, because not even for his own, probably not even for him, but for the edification of his wife, and probably for the edification of anyone who's a female that follows him, which I would say is probably very few. But you take a guy like Chris Williamson, you take a guy like Destiny, you take a guy like, people who just simply don't want to broadcast anything with an earshot that might be, quote unquote, red pill. This is the guy that I would be more suspected. I wouldn't start a business with this dude, because if you're self-policing me, what that means is your wife runs your fucking show. That's what I'm talking about. The queen, it's the power behind the throne. The woman, even if it's just soft power, even if it's just influence, even if it's just, honey, what do you think? I can't believe you go out with a guy. Oh, make me feel bad. You don't respect me. Fuck you. Like that. That to me, I've worked with guys like that. In fact, I'll bring up a name here in just a second. Actually, I think I'll bring it up right now. And again, I'll come back to this dude here a second. Hang on, let me pull him out. In my, I want to say I think it was Positive Masculinity. I'm pretty sure it was no, it's not the script. Yeah, we'll get to the script is actually pretty, thank you, Sub-Zero. That's actually a pretty good, yes, the script. You'll understand what I mean here in a minute. But these guys who build themselves up, they in most cases, they are the 80%ers who made good. When we talk about the 80%ers, we talk about 80% of men who are unattractive to women. Okay. So the guys who are in the 80%, the beta male 80%ers that women would never consider, they got to figure something out. They got to, I'm not all that good looking. I'm 5'6" or 5'9", whatever it is. I'm average at best, right? What can I do to go from ordinary to extraordinary? Well, maybe I can build a multi-million-dollar empire. Maybe I can build a talk show that's nationally syndicated for 25 or 21 years, right? Maybe I can write a book and make a shit ton of money off of this book. Maybe there's some way, there's some end run around my station. How do I change my stars, right? Is there some way that I can go from this 80% at least into the 20% so that women will want to fuck me? And even if they can't, I need to make enough money so I can pay them so they're good actresses when they do fuck me. How do I go about doing that? Well, there's a certain percentage of those guys who do that. They figure it out. They're smart motherfuckers. They figure it out. And so they build empire. And as a result, they build empires. The problem that they have is they're still very much blue pill conditioned and they can't think in any other way. So what happens is when they get that success, when they build that empire, whatever that empire may be, part of the responsibility of that success, or part of the influence that success, is the belief of this, monogamous relationship, one man, one woman, whatever, anything that Andrew Tate has probably promoted is the opposite of that, unless you're making a shit ton of money and now he's a really great guy, right? But what happens is the secret to their success is not necessarily their entrepreneurial spirit or their talent set or their drive or no days off, right? It's not so much that, right? They want to, when they're talking about their wives or they're talking about intersexual dynamics, they don't know any other frame of reference than happy wife, happy life. And I talked about that with Jedediah Bila not too long ago. Happy wife, happy life is an ultimatum. And that's been making the rounds too. But the idea is that the reason why they're successful, or part of the reason, is because they had a strong woman. Behind every successful man, there's a strong woman supporting him. And what guys like that do is they take that and they run with it. And they turn her into the secret of their success. The problem is when those guys take their wives or they take that woman and they elevate her because they pedestalize her and they build her into the secondary brand, or they make her the CFO, or they make her something else. Thank you. Oh boy, here we go. Hold on. Thank you, PP. I love you too. Thank you for that. You're always so generous. I'll come back to. Yeah, my better half. I made this. Again, this is the self-deprecation thing. If you've read, you want to talk about Iron Rules of Tomassi? Nobody ever wants to talk about this one. It's the 9th one. Sorry, sorry. That's the title of the essay that it was from. It's self-deprecation, right? A lack of game is not itself game. Like, oh, I'm just a piece of shit. Oh, I'm just a, the Lord must have smiled upon me because I can't think of any other reason why my wife would be with a scumbag like me or schmuck like me. Most guys, and by the way, most powerful men, including the ones I've described thus far, have been that way. Still are that way in some cases, even the guys you would think are red pill. Oh, she's my soulmate. She's the one. She's the secret of my success. I couldn't have done it without her. She's the little lady. She's my better half. I can't imagine a world without. I could never live without her. And what they do is they end up putting that woman into that male space. And as you know, if I talk about male space, it's all over. Right? And so what happens is they build an empire and they bring that woman into that male space. And because they're still blue pill, because they still have that mentality of I must become less so she can become more. I need to be supportive. Really since the post-sexual revolution, there has never been a more damaging, I think, meme than I need to be supportive of my wife. No, you don't. In fact, that's a kiss of death, dude. But you will never hear a guy like, maybe you heard me say this. If I were to say, my wife, by the way, is not on social media. You will not find her on social media. Then there's a reason for that. She will never be a part of this show. End of story. Will never be a part of this show. She will never show on. Now, people have met my wife. Justin Waller has met my wife. Let's see. Miguel has met my wife. Sterling Cooper has met my wife. Not in that way. He's met my dogs too. Tom he was their support guy, has met him. I'm trying to think who else has met. Oh, Aaron Clary. Aaron Clary's met my wife. And I've showed pictures of my wife to other people, but she will never be a part of the show. She will never be an integral part of the show. She will never be running this show. She will never be influencing this show. Because I understand it's like the separation of church and state. It's the separation of empire and woman. That's very, very important. And I mean that in the sense like, are there going to be women in the red pill? Yeah, okay. But are they going to be the movers and the shakers? Probably not. Are they going to be influential on this show? No, they're not. Will I do their shows and select few maybe just to, like Jed and I like, Tori I like, but I'm very selective when it comes to those kinds of things because I understand that people will say, oh, Rollo's simping for Jed, Rollo's simping for Tori. I can't go and have a relationship with, and I mean relationship, a business relationship with any woman in this sphere without somebody going, oh, you're simping. You just open your fucking mouth and you're simping. It's like, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. But I will tell you this, you will never see the day when my wife is like right here next to me and we're running a show tag team. You know why? Because I've gone to enough church sermons on Valentine's Day where the pastor has to drag his wife up on stage to deliver the sermon. That's why. I learned when I was doing the research in the background for religion for my fourth book. That was what convinced me that I would never have my wife on the show. And she doesn't want to be. She doesn't want to be on. She's old school, man. She doesn't even want to be on social media. She has no Facebook. She has no Twitter. She has no Instagram. She has nothing. I mean, she might have an Instagram, but I think it's just like a lurking account. It's like probably some random thing. She just does that so she can watch my daughter, I think. Other than that, you're never going to find her because she simply doesn't have it. And it's not because I'm like, oh, I don't want you to. I told this bitch she should never have an Instagram. She just doesn't want one. That's how she is. But she will never be an integral part of this show. And I've seen guys who have ruined brands as a result of that. Now, getting back to my point here, getting back to the positive masculinity in there, I mentioned, I told a story. In fact, maybe I'll just tell the story right now. You'll find this in positive masculinity. I used to have a business partner. He was, I guess I can say his name. His name was Dave Vandeveld. And he was the prince. I don't know if he's even still alive, or quite honestly, because he was kind of old the last time I saw him. But Dave he used to be a principal partner in Kettle One in vodka. And as you know, I worked in wine and spirits for a long time. I love him like a grandfather. Dave's a great dude. But he made really bad decisions when it came to women. And so at one point when he's going through divorce and he's financially responsible, or he's actually trying to work through a really ugly divorce, financially. And I won't get into too much details, but just suffice to say that generating capital to start a new project became an issue because a lot of people who would have normally funded him didn't want to fund any new projects because he's with this other woman now, and they don't, it's not so much about his business acumen. It's not about his history. It's about the history of the decisions that he makes, because they don't know that they're going to be paid back. They don't know that they're going to get a return on their investment because they're working with a guy who's very much blue pill. Of course, they didn't know it was blue pill, but they didn't want to work with a guy with that kind of history. So when I see shit like this,
he's willing to cheat on his wife. No, Matt, it's just looks. But the looks is the beginning of it. Right. You know, looks is the beginning of it. So you got to discipline your eyes, your heart, your mind, because the eyes are a portal to the soul.
Okay. This is the last guy I would start a business with, because I can tell you right now that his wife is the focus of his life. She's not a complement to his life. She's the focus. So much so that he still buys into pedestalizing not only her, but womankind. I wouldn't start a business with the guy because he is very much blue pill. And those guys are the ones that get rolled when it comes to having their empires assumed, subsumed, destroyed, assimilated by wives or by women in general over a while. So when I'm looking at a guy like, say, like the guy, the guy in Dave in the Wyatt Spirits, you know, I learned a valuable lesson that day. Like, okay, they don't want to have anything to do with him, not because they don't think he can do this product. It's because they don't want to be on the hook. They don't want to lose their investment because they don't trust the guy to make a good decision with the next chick that he's fucking. Same thing with like I don't want to say, like, Kiyosaki is a special case here because he actually became a red pill later on in his life, and he's, you know, now he's on show saying, "Man, I should have cheated." Whoa, and that's not on brand for your Hollywood marriage. Well, at this point at 75, he burn it all down. You don't care about nothing. You got a guy like Dr. Phil. And suddenly I'm saying, you know what? You sound like you think you're kind of superfluous, and he loses his shit. Well, yeah, because the power couple image of him and his feminist wife. Yeah, you got to keep up appearances. If you look at Tammy and you look at Michaela, I've got people coming in my DM saying that they watched. I think Peterson is in Australia right now, and I have people in my Instagram DMs, and they're saying, "Is Tammy is she part of the show right now?" It's like the same thing. A question I was asking when I went on that daytime talk show. Like, is she part? I'm like, I don't know. I've never seen him live. I don't know whether she is or she isn't, because apparently now Tammy Peterson is in some way trying to at least present the appearance that she's somehow equitable or heir apparent to the Peterson empire, because now she's on shows with them. She's doing shit like I said before. Mrs. Tomassi will not ever be on this show, nor will she ever share a stage with me. And not because I'm a dick, and not because I'm selfish or whatever. It's just simply that's just how it works, and she doesn't want. First of all, she doesn't want to. Second of all, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to dilute the rational male empire that way. And that's how people lose their businesses. That's how they lose their minds. That's how they lose in divorce. So I don't know. I haven't seen this, but like, people were giving, like, I had multiple people, at least a half a dozen people tell me that they were at was it Adelaide or was it Melbourne? I can't remember where it was, but somewhere in Australia. And apparently Tammy's a big deal. Part of his wife, Tammy Peterson, is now a part of the actual show. And like taking questions and shit like that. Like, she's like, now she's like, oh, here's Mrs. Peterson. She'll answer some questions. Like, it's like the mom and dad of the 90s. I'm like, is that where we're at right now? I've seen, let's see. I have a friend of mine who, he was one of my personal counseling. Let's call him like Bernie. Okay. Not his real name, but he had built himself up. He was an options trader, a hedge fund manager. I can't remember. He's a financial guy, built up a very strong financial empire. And I found my work, of course, and I started working with him and counseling him and everything else. But the long and the short of it is his wife, he was in a sexless marriage for probably the last 30 years of his, I want to say like almost 50 years of marriage. Guy's getting into his 70s, getting zeroed out, and his wife and his daughter are trying to take over his business because they want to like say he wasn't senile. Trust me. I work with the guy. Was not in any way in cognitive decline, but was being sort of rolled by probably now ex-wife, but currently at the time they were married, and one of his daughters, because they wanted that empire. They wanted to take what dad had. Okay, let's get him to the old folks home. Let's get him out of here. Mom, you're not getting any younger. We need to make some decisions here. And essentially it's like when your family and your wife become sort of like vultures over your empire, that's when you gotta really, consider things. That's when you want to talk about a red pill that's really tough to swallow. That's especially at 73 years old and you realize all of your successes and everything you've done up to this point, you've done in spite of the fact that you are very blue pill. You've been blue pill conditioned, because what happens, a lot of guys have a tough time processing that. The processing is like, oh my God. Like when guys go through the anger phase of like becoming red pill, it's not anger at women. It's anger at, oh shit, this isn't really how things are working. I can't believe I believed all of this. I can't believe I believed all this bullshit. We're not actually playing by this set of rules. We're playing by another set of rules. Holy shit. And here I am 75 years old. And I've created an empire, but I've created an empire in spite of the fact that everybody is playing by one set of rules and I'm playing by, and everybody else is playing by another. And so the anger is not directed so much at like women, it's directed at themselves for having believed the bullshit for so long. That's what I said. And again, now we come full circle. That's why I emphasize the importance of advice and influence, okay? Because nobody wants to hear shit. And then when suddenly reality is too unignorable and they have to become red pill in some way, whether it's through me or God or through catastrophe, that's when you go, oh my God, I'm Robert Kiyosaki. I'm worth $100 million. Or maybe he's worth more. And this is really, I should have cheated. You want to know where that comes from? That comes from, he's not mad at women. He's mad at himself for not fucking more bitch. I'm Robert Kiyosaki. Fucking A. Right. I don't know how you can go. How you can do whatever you want. It's like Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods figured out he was Tiger Woods. It's like, I got a beautiful, Swedish bikini model, and got a couple of beautiful kids, and I've been holding up appearances, but I'm going to run down to Blue Martini in Orlando, and I'm just going to go bang random escorts and take them back to the yacht, the super yacht. And because he realized, why am I doing this? I'm Tiger Woods. I can go do it if I want to. And he did. And it probably still is right now. Who knows? Good. Go. His failing was that he didn't see it sooner. So when you got a guy like, well, I would say Tiger Woods in particular, but when you got a guy that's of that same kind of caliber, that same kind of power, who suddenly realizes late in the game that he's got an empire here, that maybe he wants to, maybe that's the time. And then you look back and you go, oh my God, I made all these decisions in a blue pill paradigm. And now I'm red pill. And I'm like, oh, fuck, my life that could have been. You want to know where, like midlife crises come from? It's not a midlife crisis. It's men realizing, they go, the fuck have I been doing all this time? I'm 38. I'm on top of my game. I still look fucking good. Chicks want to get with me all the time. I should not have gotten married at 25, but I did. And now, now I'm in a sexless marriage. Now I'm in whatever, right? Now I'm, and maybe you're making a lot of money. Like Gary Vee, for example, right? Gary Vee and his wife like split up not too long ago. And now Gary Vee's with a hot piece of ass, right? Who works for him, by the way. You want to talk about, women destroying empires? Just give it a little longer. Sooner or later, the influence will be there. And even if you don't see it and you see a powerful man and he starts mouthing off shit like this.
And if you look at girls left, right, and you're breaking your neck, snapping your neck, looking and checking women, and you're married, there's something wrong with that. Because if you're willing to do that to your wife, what about me?
Okay. What about you? Yeah, maybe you're realizing that that's your value. Whether or not you're going to cheat with them or not is immaterial. That's what I'm talking about. So, does that mean Rollo says he should cheat? No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that guys with that mentality are the guys who are the most likely to try to gaslight you, first of all, to police your thoughts. And then second of all, they're the ones that are most likely to drag their wives into their business organizations and put them into positions of influence and power. And then later, when they get divorced, it destroys their empire. And all of that stuff and all the equity and all the shit and all that bullshit talking about, no days off, all that, drive, entrepreneurship, whatever. I don't know, focus on your career, man. Focus on, chase excellence, my friend. All that chasing of excellence, just right down the fucking toilet because you didn't realize that women should only be a complement to your life and never the focus of your life. Never go in here. I'm going to give you, here's a prescription. Never go into business with a guy with that mentality. Never avoid guys like that, like the fucking plague. Because the guy who is pedestalizing his wife, the guy who introduces his wife as his better half, the guy who tries to lift her up, he becomes less so she can become more. He can't believe his luck. God in heaven above must have shined the angel's light down on top of them. And this, woman deigned to even talk to him. Or better yet, he had to court her. He had to woo her. He had to work at it. He had to persevere. They'll usually take that story and work it into their power positivity bullshit, right? Well, she didn't like me at first. Yeah, she was fucking other guys. But she didn't like me at first, but I stuck with it, man. It's just like my same work ethic that I applied to my empire and my business and everything else. And I really stuck it. She really didn't like me. But boy, after 2 years, I wore her down. And now look where we're at. She loves me to death and we have 5 kids. And that's not a success story, bro. That's not a success story. That's a horror story is what that is. What that tells me, I wouldn't go into a business with a guy like that. I would not go into a business with a guy who doesn't understand his value to women, like the threat, right? Like if you read in my first book, it's a chapter called The Threat. There's nothing that is more simultaneously threatening and arousing to women than a man who understands his own value to women. Sometimes that might be the waitress kind of giving you that smile and you go along with it, and you don't dissuade it. You kind of go along with it, right? You're not going to fuck the girl, but it doesn't mean you can't that connection, that's social proof. That's pre-selection right there. If I see that, fuck yeah, I see that all the time when I'm with Justin Waller. I'll go into business with you because he realizes what his value is and he embraces it and he leans into it. Now I know that he's also an honorable guy. I also know he has integrity. I know he has earned my respect for sure. But I'll tell you what, man, I would definitely not go into a business with that dude because that's the kind of guy who's going to get rolled when he's 75 years old. Because the power behind the throne, because that was his blue pill mentality, is where that dude is at. And probably unless he has a very traumatic experience, unless his wife says to him what Kim Kiyosaki said to Robert, I don't need you anymore. Until that moment, and that's a fucking hard red pill to swallow when you're 70 some odd years old, man. That's tough. Fuck, I'd be like, oh shit. Oh shit, my soulmate is now my business competitor. My soulmate knows everything about my soulmate, right? Knows everything about me. My soulmate is it's a hostile takeover by my soulmate, who I thought was supposed to love it. I was, love and cherish till death do us part. No fucking way. So there's two lessons to this before I move into the next little section here, because we're going to get into how Adam Crigler and Tim Pool, how that empire was destroyed by a woman. It could have been, the empire that could have been, right? And yes, I'll also get into these two right here. Where do we go with those? You want to talk about empires here? Empires fall, my friends. Empires fall, especially when you're an idiot and you get with chicks like this. And you know what I'm talking about. But beware of shit like that. And I'm, again, this is not advice. You can take it or leave it, whatever. But you have to understand. But especially if you are dealing with men in a business sense. This is the quote that I had from Positive Masculinity, my third book. God forbid you get into a business or you have a business partner who is a blue pill chump, who is a guy who's making decisions because his wife is influencing his decisions. You're kicking your good friends. You're like that. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've lost good friends or like even like had good business partners because the wife or the girlfriend said, you shouldn't hang out with that guy. He's red pill. Fuck that guy. Do you know what he does on the weekends? I could even just be like a rock star. I didn't even be red pill, man. Oh, he hangs out in Hollywood. He's a bad influence on you. I have guys that tell, I have dudes that, I have guys that I counsel who've told this, I'm paraphrasing their stories. They've hit me up and they said, Rollo, how do I hang out with my friends who are married now? And I go, well, what's the problem? And they're like, well, I'm still single. I'm 36 years old and I'm dating women who are like 26, 28, somewhere around there. You're not, they're not super young, but he has his pick of the litter. He finally realizes that he's hitting his stride at 36, 37 years old, making a lot of money. And he has much more sexual selectivity than he did when he was 28, 27, 26, when most of his friends were getting married. But his best friends that he's known since college, in some cases even high school, they don't want him to, they don't even invite him. They don't ask him to come to do like any, they don't go to picnics, right? They don't ask him to come to events. They don't ask him to hang out or anything like that because the wives don't want him to bring a hot piece of ass, like a young chippy to come along because he also has a date, right? He goes, oh, this is a chick I'm seeing, right? Because they don't want their husbands to get any bright ideas that they could divorce them and they could live the same lifestyle. Now, that right there is really, that's a tough, how do I counsel that? Well, you just get new friends. I mean, I could say that, right? But there's, the people that they care about. I mean, they've been known for a long time, but they're isolated. And maybe not because of like the woman's psychotic. It's just because of the wives being psychotic. It's just because they don't want that guy. They don't want their guy to get any bright ideas. They don't want that guy, their husbands, to realize what their potential could have been. And that's tough. That's really tough. And we're only talking like mid-30s. Imagine having that conversation when you're 65, 75, 55. Imagine having that conversation at like every decade, right, in your life. You have to look at things like a grand strategy wise. Imagine having that conversation at 55. Well, I'm 55 and I'm dating chicks who are like 35, but my friends don't want to hang out with me because I'm nailing these girls. Right? Well, because they don't want their husbands to get any bright ideas. Now, that's the empire building kind of thing because and I understand those women get jealous because they don't want to lose their investment in the guy that they've been with. It's kind of like Gary Vee's wife. She's like, Gary Vee's wife is probably the poster child. She's a textbook example of the woman who has invested in a guy when he was in his 20s. He built him. Look at Gary Vee. Do you think he was getting laid very often when he was 25? Probably not. But now I'm fucking Gary Vee. I can go fuck whoever I want to, right? But I've been married and I got to follow along. I wonder what
a competitor tries to woo you in the relationship that we've built. You're trying to unwind that. To me, that was already a tell. And again, I probably just gave up my secret sauce, but that's one of the things I pay attention to.
Okay, that's not secret sauce, bro. I wonder what he would say about Gary Vee. Probably loves him. What about Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate's nailing chicks left and right, bro. Would you want to go into business with Andrew Tate? I bet your ass you would. I bet you would. It's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit, smoke and mirrors, man. It's just, it's appearances. And the reason why it's appearances, or the reason why videos like that seem like a good idea is because they're virtue signaling, of course. But it's also indicative, at least to my mind, and having dealt with guys like this in business for a long time, it's indicative to my mind that this guy is in a relationship, in a marriage, whatever it is, and she is the focus of his life. She's not just a complement to his life. She is the main thing. She's the what he looks at. He like when I say mental point of origin, his mental point of origin is the wife, not necessarily his wife, but a wife, womankind. When you're like when we talk about like pedestalization, especially like people and women who don't feel like they deserve to be pedestalized. And then they have all these simps and they got these orbiters and they got all these dudes who are pedestalizing them all the time. They hate them that much more They want to punch him in the face, right? They hate him that much more because they don't think that they deserve to be pedestalized. And yet here's this guy who thinks she does. And he thinks that she will appreciate that when she knows, I've been with better dudes than you. I could still get with better. You were just persistent and you were the solution I needed at the time because my sexual agency was decaying. And so, you'll hear these stories and a lot of times, especially coming from success porn hustlers, just saying, sponsored. Devil Mountain Coffee, go get it. Go to Devil Mountain Coffee and order up, and you can get 20% off if you put RMS as the code in the discount code. You'll get 20, and special for you. It's usually 10, but I'm a cool dude. But then there's your clip. Oh, hey, he thinks he's a cool dude. There. Okay, so when we're talking about the power behind the throne, you have to remember that the power dynamic also like the intersexual dynamic between a powerful man and a woman who's not as powerful, but she's coming up. She's like the focus of this guy's life. Women can see guys who are they're marks, right? Women, especially predatory women, but like it doesn't have to be a predatory woman. It could develop, like a woman can develop into becoming sort of a predatory female over time because she sees opportunities that didn't exist when they got married that do exist now because it took the guy 20 years of marriage to develop his business and his empire into what it is. Now the predatoriness comes out. Now the opportunist comes out. Now is when it's like, well, I could take this guy for half of his shit, right? Yeah, we're married right now. But there might be a better way. It's not even necessarily have to involve divorce. I can just be the female version of whatever his empire is about. I can be like, it's like, hey guys, hey boys, can girls play this game too? That's what it comes down to. It's like male space. And I've written quite extensively about male space. And there's two sides of male space, by the way. There's the overseers in the locker room, and then there is the first woman to ever do it. And I'm going to paraphrase it real quick. I didn't pull it for today's show, but it's in my second book, actually. It's called Male Space. So what is that? Male space is anything that used to be or is still presently a male exclusive endeavor. Like raw sewage, that's a male space. Longshoremen, that's a male space. Let's see, men's soccer, men's football, that's a male space. But it's being invaded by females. Why? Because we still have this idea, or it's still trying to promote gamer girls. Thank you. Very good. Got it. Yes, the gaming Twitch girls. Hey guys, can girls play this game too? Aren't we equals? Can we play too? And of course, women see that as like an easier sexual market for them to get into. That's a whole nother show. I've done gamer girl shows. You want me to do another gamer girl show? I could do that. I did that when Belle Delphine was a thing. Hey guys, can girls play this too? Can girls be in the American workplace? Can girls be HR? Can girls be astronauts? Because only boys have been astronauts up to now in the astronaut clubhouse. And can we play too? That's pretty much the mentality. So it's not anything that men have done like significant. If we put a man on the moon, we go, oh my God, we've and yes, we did land on the moon. Jesus. You're the first man on the moon. You're Buzz Aldrin. You're Neil Armstrong, right? You're on the moon, right? If you're a woman on the moon, you're the first woman on the moon. You're not the first person. You're just a human. You're the first woman on the moon. There's a big difference. You're the first. What is it? Who's the chick for the NASCAR driver? The girl. She's got a podcast now. She dated Aaron Rodgers. What the fuck is her name? NASCAR girl. Whatever. Somebody give it to me. NASCAR girl. Come on, go. What's her name? And she dated Aaron Rodgers. Come on. Give it to me. I know it's going to come up in the chat. What is her name? I'm going to hold it until you give me her name. Somebody's going to give me her name. She was the first girl first female to drive competitively in NASCAR. Danica Patrick. Thank you. Bing, ding, 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 ding. Here you go. You get one of these. Danica Patrick. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers, you dodged a bullet, my friend. Yeah. So she's not she was never really a great did she even win anything? I don't know. But she won one thing. She was the first female NASCAR driver of any note. Right? That's what I meant by like male space. It's like the male space is NASCAR. Hey guys, can girls play this game too? Danica Patrick comes in, bam. Her claim to fame is being the first female NASCAR driver. Whether she might not be, I don't know, but like, yeah, she hit the wall. And then she hit the wall. But she was the first, like, as far as I know, the first competitive NASCAR female driver, right? Great. Bravo. You blazed a trail that millions or thousands of NASCAR drivers who came before you, came before you and did it. I see your fucking super chat. Re-fucking-lax. We're going to get back to it. I will get to you. Trust me. I'm trying not to slow the goddamn show down. You want to know why I go for 5 hours? That's why. So don't worry. I'm coming. I'm coming to it. We're coming to it. We're getting up to it. So what happens in male space is they're the first female whatever. The first female CEO. The first female whatever. And speaking of CEOs, I got a list here that I want to run down for you here. But what I mean by male, so that's the first female to do it side of male space. They just want to be it's not about the actual passion. It's not about the actual art. It's not about the actual competition. It's not about the actual production. It's about being the first female to have done it. And you will always get that, particularly in Western industrialized societies, where if a female CEO does something, then we have like special magazines for female power CEO, right? Like when I guess it was Elizabeth Holmes has been in the news recently. Everybody wanted her to be the next female version of Steve Jobs, to the point where she's wearing like the black turtleneck sweaters, and she absolutely has no idea what the fuck she's doing. She's a complete fraud. I'm surprised. Did she get 17 years? I think she got 17 years. How many of those do you think she's actually going to serve? But you know what? You know what's even worse is magazines like Forbes, magazines like Startup, magazines like Fast Company Inc. I may name the cover. I have them. I think I have screen caps of at least 3 of them where she's on the cover of Forbes. And they believe this. They desperately wanted her to be in this male space. She's a genius. She's the next Elon Musk. She's the next Steve Jobs. Yay, you go, girl. They really wanted her. And now they don't know Elizabeth who? It's 2022. Who? The same magazines that are like feeding you the same bullshit, but they don't want to go back in time, and they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to know that they got owned. The story ended and we closed the book, and the last chapter we read it, and you know what? Forbes, Inc., Startup, everybody who was turning her, hell, Joe Biden. I have like screen caps of her doing like these business like summits with Joe Biden. You think he likes that association today? Probably not, because they really desperately wanted her to be in that male space. That's what I mean. She's the first female to do this. And then there's the overseers in the locker room effect, which is once women become a regular, normalized part of that male space, that's when guys act different. This is like the gamer girl effect. Yes, you're correct. It can be pretty much anything. But when you put women into what has formerly been an exclusively male space, and the reason for that organization to have existed is based on a male dynamic, like a male hierarchy, especially in business. It's easy to see. One of the reasons why when women come into the American workplace used to be, or it's rapidly changing, but it used to be a male. It's an old boys club, right? You'll hear that all the time. It's patriarchal. It's a male space, and you're coming into it. And when women come into that male space, they fundamentally change it. They change the nature of the game. Same with like the WNBA. Oh, well, the girls can't dunk, so let's lower the baskets. Let's change the nature of the game to fit the talent set of the little ladies, because they can't jump, what is it, 12 feet? I forget what the standard basket is. They wanted to lower the basket because life under the rim is boring. And they thought that was going to spice up the WNBA, which they were wrong. And I believe they never did. They just got taller chicks. But nobody cares about the WNBA. Nobody cares about female soccer, really, unless it's Olympic time. And then it's like, hey, girl power. Or they're begging for the same amount of money. for less performance. But it's allowing them into this male space. And what happens is that male space fundamentally changes. So the WNBA is, at least for a brief moment anyways, was supposed to be, lowered baskets that change the game. What happens is that's the WNBA. It's easy to see when you bring women into, say, like the gaming space of Twitch, right? Or you like gamer girls, or hey, can girls play too? No, what happens is the guys who are already in that male space will start like cannibalizing each other. They'll try to outperform each other to be the most supportive of the girl who's just come into this previously male space. So it's what I call the overseers in the locker room effect, which is exactly the video that I started with on Booby Day, where the guy is schooling the other guy, or he's gatekeeping, really. He's thought policing the other guy, saying, hey man, that's not cool. You shouldn't think about boobs like that on International Boob Day. You shouldn't do that. Now, that's talking about like, oh, you're objectifying women. Well, guys do that naturally anyways. But when you're in the workplace, what will happen is you will find that the guys who are already in that traditionally male space, whatever it is, will start policing just like that. They'll start thought policing other guys that are in that space. And what happens is they end up driving those guys out of the male space because they want access to fuck the girl and reproduce with the girl, who they go, yeah, girls can play too. You can come into the clubhouse. It's okay. We're going to change things up. Well, Mikey doesn't like girls, so we're going to kick him out of the clubhouse and you can come in and play. And then what happens is the nature of the clubhouse fundamentally changes. WNBA is not basketball. The American workplace becomes the female American workplace. The American military becomes the female-friendly version of the American military. Name the male space, and I will show you two things. The first female who ever did it, and I will show you how it's been fundamentally changed because the nature of that organization has changed because of overseers in the locker room. And you can see that on the small scale from like little game clubs and bowling leagues all the way up to American politics. It all changes. It's the same fucking dynamic. So it destroys empires. That's what I'm getting at. Okay, now, gentlemen, we can get to your super chats. Rollo, what do you think about that new Black Back in the Groove dating show out now? The narrator is pushing old ladies sugaring. I haven't seen that. Back in the Groove. I did see the one that's on The Cut that Tori was talking about. It's like Blind Date, where they actually put a blindfold over. I'll give you 2 seconds about that if you'd like. So here.
Say my name.
I think The Cut is ridiculous, to be honest with you. Like, first of all, remember that when you're seeing shows like that, they are scripted. Like to the end of the show, they are scripted. And if they're not scripted, they're outlined to certain things happen at certain times. You're only seeing a very small portion of probably like days and days of video, raw footage that they shot. So when I see, here's the point. The point of that, like speed dating, like blind dating, The Cut. Is it on The Cut? Is that the name of it? The point, the reason for that is so that when the blindfold comes off and she's like this, freaking 300-pound land monster, it's like, you're like, no, I better hit that button. Oh, you're shallow, you're superficial. But that's that indignation that comes from hitting the button and rejecting the girl because she's a cow. That is what that show's about. Generating that indignation. And it's working very well. Tori did a really good job on that just the other night. If you want to go, I will probably not do that show, but she did it and that was pretty funny. Get down, Damon.
Tell that bitch to be cool.
A day without offending a woman is like a day without sunshine. Thank you. I'm glad you feel that way. SIC build. Sick build? SIC build. If life in a red pill marriage is a positive environment day to day, but any sit down talks usually ends in fights, is it wise to say, quit trying to have the talks and just enjoy the marriage as it is? I will say that, okay, so would you like some relationship advice? Thank you for that $20, by the way.
Name.
I can count on the fingers of one hand how many times I've had a fight really with my wife. Good relationships are effortless. No matter what Dr. Phil or Oprah or whoever else is telling you, I don't care what pop psychologist, what marriage counselor tells you this. A good relationship is a good relationship is effortless. It is, I know what I'm supposed to do. You know what you're supposed to do. Here's the dick. Suck it. Great. There's the trash. I'll go take it out. I got to go take care of the cars. You take care of the laundry. You take care of the dishes and some food. I'll go and walk the dogs and pick up the dog shit in the backyard. None of this. Oh, I don't feel appreciated. If those are the conversations that you're having at the table and you're trying to, here's the problem I have with this is this. Anytime you're sitting down, usually in the end of fights, it's fair and wise to say, quit trying. Okay. If you're sitting down at the table to go, okay, we were having some issues and we really need to negotiate this and talk about this and blah, blah, blah. Because that's, by the way, what Jordan Peterson would advise. That's good, like marriage advice from the Petersons. Well, if you have an issue, then you got to realize that you're a piece of shit and she's like wonderful. And so you got to sit down at the table and negotiate how much of a piece of shit you are and how wonderful she is. And then by the end of it, you should come to some consensus where you've negotiated her desire and you stop being a piece of shit and she'll continue to be wonderful. And then she'll start fucking you again. Essentially, that's what it is. It's all negotiation. If you find yourself at the table negotiating like a hostage exchange or negotiating desire, you've lost. Because it's obligation at that point. Like if your relationship, if you're in a marriage, I'll give you want 26 years of marriage advice, I'll give you some advice. Here's some advice. Not advice. Here's an observation. If your marriage is defined by sitting down at the table and negotiating terms, you don't have a marriage. You have business. You might have a roommate. You might be negotiating like an ownership real estate. You're negotiating real estate. But you're not because desire isn't something you sit at the table and go, okay, well, if I wash some more dishes, will you fuck me? No? Okay, well, how about if I change the baby and wash the dishes then? It's like, I should dig those up. I have memes of these guys. I mean, literally have these like charts, like these like poster board charts where it's like, if you do these things, then you get a six pack. And if you do, you pick up the kids from soccer practice, then you get to watch hockey on a Thursday night. And if you do this and you do these and these and these things and you do them enough times, then you get a blowjob. I'm serious, with gold stars, like literally gold stars on the thing. And guys think, ha, my wife, she's so funny. This is how we wear. This is a secret to a healthy relationship because we're communicating with this poster board and turns me into a fucking preschooler. So I can get it's what I was it was when I was the Pat Campbell days, we used to call this cookie time for good boy. If your marriage is based on cookie time for good boy, you're fooked. You're fooked. The Lord says he can get me out of this, but he's pretty sure you're fooked. Okay, that's good enough for that. ML, is it okay to give advice to men to save the boys? Are we allowed to give advice to women to save the girls? Not in gynocentric social order. Only if that advice is learn to use a bow and arrow. To the girls, you can be anything. You can be that's the wrong question, ML. It shouldn't be okay for don't ask permission. Better to beg forgiveness than to ask permission. I think more. You want to know how we're going to save the West? Memorize that line. Better to beg for forgiveness than it is to beg for permission. That's what too many guys are doing right now. They're hoping and praying and begging for permission, and that they're simply not going to get. So bear that in mind. Yeah, you have to start. Authority is never given. It is either earned or it is taken. And at this point, authority needs to be taken. I do enjoy Pearly, but I do wonder if hypothetically her husband walked in and said, shut it down, if she would walk away from her brand. No, she wouldn't. Just like most of these soccer players with these, gorgeous, supermodel girlfriends, they're not closing their Instagram either, even though they're with an apex alpha that any woman would want to settle down with and have babies with and fucking live happily ever after. They're not closing their Instagram. Same thing, same dynamic. Men increasingly adapt female social behavior and intrasexual competitive strategies. Mm-hmm. would you consider doing a show about that? Maybe Rule 0. Okay. Yeah. So noted. I'll put that in the great big book of everything. Adapt female social behavior. And you're saying, yeah, no problem. In fact, I think I probably talked about that on a couple of occasions. But duly noted. Wait. Hold on. Duly noted. There's your screen cap for today, by the way. Okay, Christopher Harris, don't mind me, just dollar coast averaging into someone who is actually doing God's work. Thank you.
Say my name.
Thank you very much. Go beat up on what's her name? Anal Observer. Chalk T, paying my respects. Thank you very, very much, my friends. What do I gotta give you? Here, you can have one of these. Your content literally changed my life, Rollo. Biggest change came when I stopped operating from a scarcity mindset and enforced my boundaries if challenged. Thank you. I have some, you know what? Now maybe is a good time to drop this. Oh, wait, actually, it's a better time to put that bug up there. And it's a better time to put, I want to show you guys this because I don't think enough of you guys actually see shit like this. Good day, Mr. Tomassi. This was just in my DMs. I think it was like earlier this week. Whenever I feel tired or weak, please always remember that you feel tired or weak. Please always remember that you created a monster in me. Thank you for saving my life. And as you can see, apparently he attempted suicide at one point. So keep that in mind, especially in the next 2 weeks. I hope. Keep that shot. Keep that let that burn into your memory a little bit there. Let's go back. Where are we at? What are you guys doing? You guys are killing me with this shit. Hold on one sec. Sarah, thank you very much for that. I will get to you in just a minute. And ML, I see you again. And gotta catch up. This is why I take 5 hours. It's not because I'm ADHD. It's because my chat makes me ADHD. Chore sex. No, it's called chore play, my friend. Oh, there we go. Did you like that? Do you like my Jordan Peterson impression? And Drape, I see you, Drape. I got you too. Hang on, I'm backing up. Damn it. Do I not have? Oh, I do have Sam Bada today. Thank you, Sammy. Sam Bada's in the chat. I know Tori was in there as well. Samishi, I think, is in there. So everybody play nice. I think I got 3 mods today, which is good, which is necessary. Very necessary for this show. Especially for what I'm about to do in a moment here. There we go. Okay, now I got it. What else? Yeah, I remember the green. Yeah, what is it? Never forget the Green Power Ranger. I should have started the show with the memorial music for the Green Power Ranger. Maybe that would have been in poor taste. I don't know. You know me. All right, here we go. Let's see. Why doesn't Rollo like Pearl? Because Pearl is a hack. That's why. Michelle Obama, Meghan Markle, and Jada Pinkett. Which one has done the most to destroy her husband's reputation and empire? I am going to say Meghan Markle, oddly enough. Meghan Markle, or Prince Harry, I think had more to lose. I think Will Smith, yes, he's second place, put it there. Michelle Obama, no, I would like, Barack Obama still has influence, but I mean, she's definitely influence on him. In fact, you'll see guys, that's actually a good comparison there. You'll see guys, particularly in politics, whenever I listen to, was it Yang? Was it Andrew Yang? Yeah, Andrew Yang, when he was running for president, there's this one video where he was talking about like how he could only run for office because he has his wife for permission. And she says, yes, you can go. Like he thought this was like building her up and everything. I think, who else, John? I think even like Pat Campbell, we jumped all over this. It's like, oh, so your wife's giving you permission? Like, that's who I want to be in the fucking White House, is the guy who has to go and seek his wife's counsel before he like decides to military action or whatever the fuck, right? And so I jumped on top of that. It's like, that's what I mean about asking permission. That's what I mean about authority. Like that, those words, if those words ever came out of like Donald Trump, if those words ever came out of like DeSantis, if those words came out of any party, I don't care. If you're a dude and you're like, oh, I got to ask the little lady. I got to ask my better half. Let me check with the boss. Have you ever had somebody say that? Oh, I got to check with the boss. Bye. At that point, it's like,
Bye, Felicia.
Cut that dude out. I got to check with the boss. I got to see what my schedule is. You want to go do what? Oh, we're going to go watch hockey. I got to check with the boss. Like that dude, that was it. Law 7, like avoid the unhappy and the unlucky. Law 7 or Law 10, that guy, right? Holy mother of God. You know what you're dealing with, at least. Like, look for that shit. And it's easy to, I think more guys, that the more people become more red pill, they realize that. But like Yang Gang, the fact that Andrew Yang was talking about like, oh, I got to seek my wife's permission to run for president. Next, get him out of here. That should have been your response too, by the way. I think just like rationally speaking, that should have been anyone's response. Honey, I'm going to go debate with Putin. Should I ask him but can I have permission to go to Russia and talk to him? Michael Kerr told my cousin, PhD student, that academia is corrupt. Dr. David Buss and Gad said deliberately holding back from bringing out the intersexual HIMARS. Yeah. Thank you for keeping the fires burning there, Michael. Chris Jones, thank you for your whatever that was. I want to say it was a sticker. I hope it was a sticker here.
Where are the Cheetos?
That's what you get for a $5 sticker that I can't post on StreamYard yet. We still have we've got lots of bells and whistles, but we can't figure out how to put super stickers on. Chris Harris. Shout out to Big Majigums.
Dump that bitch.
Yes, Big Majigums. Did anybody ever call it? Is that a California thing? That's what me and my bro, like when okay, story time. When I was like, how old were we? I think it was like 9 or 10. And we're just like, I have a younger brother, right? We're talking about like when I was 10, it would have been 78. It would have been 1978 when I was 10 years old. And when we were on summer break and stuff, my brother and I would be talking, like we would go to like these public pools and just hang. Like that was what we did. You know what we can do as a kid, right? We go to public pools or the YMCA or the Boys Club or something like that. But you go to these pools and you see these chicks there like in bikinis. All of us and all of our friends would go, man, that girl's got some big majigums. And they're like, what the fuck is a majigum? Like, where did that come from? I don't know. Is that a 70s thing? Or is that like a Huntington Beach, like surfer guy thing? I don't know. The boogeyman scapegoat is needed to buffer from self-reflection because self-reflection is brutal. Yep. Thank you for your support. Well said. Women can destroy kingdoms. Oh, we're going to get to that. Fresh. Don't worry.
Guilty.
That's what you get. Emilio Fonicio, the Phoenix. Emilio the Phoenix says, hi, Rolo. How true is it that women will pick men that remind them of their fathers? Asking because the girls I've dated. People have asked, is she your sister? Maybe it's because she's young. I don't know. I think it kind of depends. Depends on what the relationship is. I think there's something to that, only because, and here's why, evolutionarily speaking, here's why I think that. Because when daughters have a strong relationship with their father, especially when that guy is like a positively masculine, conventionally masculine, like for lack of a better word, alpha guy, that sets the benchmark. You want to talk about, like when we talk about alpha widows, we say, well, the reason why women get ruined for having being promiscuous, let's just be honest. I say they got 10 partners. Amongst those partners, probably 1 or 2 of them are the most significant. He's the guy that set the benchmark. He's the metric to which all other men that come after him have to measure up to in some way. Now, this is going to sound really Oedipus Rex. I get it. But now, if you have a very strong, dominant alpha male father, and you don't necessarily have to be a promiscuous woman, that guy, that father, is now the benchmark and the metric for guys to live up to. My dad would have kicked your ass. If your dad, like say for instance, you meet a woman and she says, hi, my name is Sally Willink, and my father's name is Jocko. Yeah, I could see it happening there. But the inverse is also true. You know, I know why women have daddy issues and they're strippers, because they didn't have that relationship. Okay, so actually that was a really good question. Thank you very much for that. Rollo, womankind, please coin it. Coin it, womankind. I think that's actually a word, dude. It's actually a contraction. Womankind, like mankind, womankind. Please coin it. There is truth in the definition the way you explain it. Oh, so you want my definition, like hypergamy. Okay, consider this officially coined. We are now womankind in my definition. There we go. I've just officially coined it. It's now in the Great Book of Everything. Anyone who uses that is stealing it from me. Jenny Jones. It might have been Jenny Jones. It might have been. Yeah, I was trying to figure out who was the female Phil Donahue. Modern dragon men have to establish a self-sufficient system in place to give themselves the best chance to determine their circumstances. That used to be the natural world. Scream feast. Scream feast. Everybody got that? Here we go. There you go. Scream and feast. Yes. I laud you, Rollo. Thank you. Well, good. Excellent use of vocabulary. Laud. $8 word. For your teachings and wisdom, your willingness to appear on the Dr. show, despite the risk of ambush. Oh, no, I knew fully well I was going to be ambushed, and I will be the first one to admit it. Tells me that your mission is to save men's lives. God bless you. Yes, I am willing to suffer the slings and arrows of the politics of personal destruction because I care. I care a lot. I care so much. I created a custom sound drop for my good friend PP, who always gives me good stuff. Thank you for being generous once again, PP. You're keeping the lights on and you're keeping Ned off of OnlyFans. Christopher Harris, they don't know what simping means. Yeah, that dude doesn't. What the fuck is that guy's name? Rollo, the value you provide in every one of your streams is unparalleled. Your consistency is incredible. You are every Red Pill creator's favorite creator. No, Nefarious. I'm the Red Pill Research and Development Department. And Rhinestone, too. Thank you. Thank you for support. Technological Chaos, who I see everywhere in every stream and every creator that I happen to follow in every single chat room. Thank you very much. I almost feel like $10. Thanks, bro, but I know what you can really do. Even in the past, up to current times, I hear that fund managers undergoing a divorce get fired immediately to prevent emotional men from destroying client capital. That would be interesting, man. That's, you know what? Sam bought Sam, mark this right here, because I'm going to put that. I want to use this as a topic, but I want to run that by Mike Sartain, because Mike has been, I think he still is, a hedge fund manager. He's in financials. I want to see if that's true. I bet it is. Mike, if you're watching, please tell me if that's the case. Rollo, it's never great for your wife to become a business partner. Just look at Frank Marshall and Kathleen Kennedy, who, by the way, is doing a great job with Star Wars. Really? She's not doing it great. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Again, you know what? Good example. What happens when Kevin Feige, how you pronounce his name, he comes in there, and when you kind of lock Kathleen Kennedy out of the Star Wars franchise, then you get stuff like The Mandalorian. Then you get stuff like, and I know she's an executive producer of it, but I really, really liked Andor. Andor is you renewed my faith in the franchise with that, by the way. I thought that was a really good, well done. It's a little kind of like, it's almost like too detective. It's almost a little too CSI. It's almost a little too modern. Like when I'm watching a Star Wars, I don't expect somebody to be soldering something on a bomb. Like, why not just get a thermal detonator? You know what? Here's the thermal detonator. Like, wow. It's already established in the lore. Why would you need some kid like soldering iron something? I know it's dramatic effect, but I like this. Plot wise, I thought it was really well done. And I don't know if Kathleen Kennedy is anything more than an executive producer on that, but the Andor series that just wrapped up I won't ruin it for you. I thought it was really good. Go check it out. Torsha, we got Torsha, Fresh Prince, Mac, and Liberty. I can't believe Mac's back. Mac is back. Mac had a baby. Mac is fine. Mac is, you know what? God damn it. Here. Mac, that's for you. And that's for you. And what else could be for you here?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's for you, Mac. She walks the walk and she talks the talk. Thank you for that, Chris. Hi, and I'm going to give Mac her flowers. I would rather listen to Mac than I would like someone like Allie. And, you know, it is what it is. But I think she, like, Mac actually lives out and does what, like, she's the real deal. And doesn't try to get into the male space that is the red pill. She shows I love her to death. I think she's great. But, like, you go check out Mac. Hi, and thanks for this great show. Many women say they have bipolar disorder. They say, is bipolar disorder real, or is it just another way of seeking attention? Well, that's hard to say. It's kind of like BPD. Does a woman actually have, not bipolar, but does a woman actually have, borderline personality disorder? That's popular now because it's like, oh, I'm special. I have a condition. I'm bipolar. I have a condition. Are you seeking attention, or do you actually have that? Because if you actually have that, I'm staying as far away from you as I fucking possible, you know? But I think that, like, when I do the BPD episodes, people say, but my girlfriend displays all of these symptoms in the DSM. Like, yeah, well, because, you know, it's hard to diagnose. It's hard to, like, because maybe she's just a psychotic. Maybe the bitch just be crazy. You know, maybe she got BPD. Maybe she's bipolar. I don't know. It's hard to say. I will say what you're getting at, and you guys can go look this up, but it's called Munchausen disorder. Munchausen disorder. And by the way, dogs will do this too. That's how I found out about Munchausen. I think I got it from Godsod, but it's the faking an injury. Like, it's faking a sickness. It's faking a condition so that you'll get sympathy and people will give you special treatment. And by the way, dogs Munchausen. There's doggy Munchausen syndrome too. The dog will like, oh, I'm a wounded animal. No, you're not. Get the fuck up and go eat your food. Ned, what's wrong with you? Doggy Munchausen disorder. $2. Thank you very much. $2 gets Drew Afawalo. Okay. Rollo, should I give my brother 32 years of age and earns good money? Fully blue pill. Had his engagement broken. Last year of 8-year relationship. Oh, dude. And now engaged to a different girl. Or is it too late for him? Probably. But, and I hate to, be the bear. Never be the bearer of bad news, right? Kill the messenger. What you're at, probably what you want to know is, can I give him your book? Can I introduce him to Red Pill? Yeah, I would say do so, but don't expect much and you won't be disappointed. Rolla for president. Thank you. Should I be the president? Wait. FBI, open up! Sorry. Yeah. Women want to have access to male spaces when it becomes safe and less risky. Yeah, they want the roller coaster ride is what they want, ML. They want the roller coaster ride. They want the thrill of potential death and destruction, but knowing that behind the scenes, somebody's there to make it actually safe. It's a roller coaster. On this topic, I've noticed that women talk big game, but are bad at whatever it is they're trying to do. Thank you. Okay. Boring for the WNBA, yeah. And Sarah, my girl. There you go. All right.
She's not a Christian!
ML, that was ironically part of my French humor. Yeah, good. Away with you. I'll taunt you a second time. Yo, Rollo, Jordan Peterson's. Yeah, thank you. Did you like that? Was that funny? I can't do that, man. I can't do the Kermit the Frog. You know who of course, Jason Hartman does an impeccable Jordan Peterson. In a junior college, I went through, a girl was running the video gaming space, and all the guys bowed to her. Yeah, you want to know why? I can tell you why. Because gamer girls, and this is, I don't want to just pick on gamer girls because this happens in a lot of other subcultures, but it was made easier for gamer girls in the social media age. I would say like 2012 onward. You got to remember that subcultures like that are localized sexual marketplaces. So if there's a lot of guys in the gaming community, and I mean by gaming, I mean like not gambling, but like, online gaming. It might be miniature wargaming too. In those spaces, like women will go in there and they'll write in on the, hey guys, can girls play this game too? They'll invade male space just like that. But the reason is not so, well, most women get into male space because of the attention. But the other part is this, is that they'll get in there and it appears to be an easier sexual marketplace for women to be a part of. So it seems like it's a much easier like environment, I guess, than the real world. Like, I was an outcast. I was a goth girl in high school, and I'm a gamer girl. I'm perky goth. I can play League of Legends, whatever. And they get into it, and what happens is then they become tyrannical. Then they become gatekeepers. Then they start writing fan fiction and trying to change things up. Well, it should have been written like this. Star Wars should be this way. And there's nothing worse than like fangirls of like, especially stuff that guys have traditionally been they're the resource. They were the creative minds that started like Marvel, the same creative minds that started like Star Wars, who were a part of it from back in the 70s, or Dungeons and Dragons, man. I can remember. Oh Lord, don't even get me started. You guys already know that I am a dungeon master. I plunder dungeons. Or actually, my players plunder my dungeons. Oh, wait. That's a masculine geek. I do once or twice a month. I think we just did it last Wednesday. We do it on Wednesdays. I run a campaign with the guys, and we play old school Dungeons and Dragons. But I digress. The reason I'm telling you this is because I was there in the great satanic panic of the 80s, when like Stranger Things, when Eddie's accused of like running a cult and he's a devil worshiper. That actually happened. That's a real thing. There was what was called the satanic panic of like, it was the early to mid 80s about Dungeons and Dragons. I was there. It wasn't cool to play D&D. Trust me, you were going to be a perma virgin if you played D&D. If the evangelical Christians didn't dunk you, like put you in a witch's chair and dunk you underwater, or like the Inquisition didn't come, right? Or you had a chick track. Anybody remember chick tracks? They're worshiping Satan. They're casting spells, and those spells really work. What? No, dude, I can actually separate fantasy from reality. Apparently you cannot. I wrote about that, by the way, in my fourth book, The Rational Male Religion. But I remember when it wasn't cool to like comic books. I remember when you were never going to see a woman's boobies on Boobie Day if you were into D&D, if you were into Marvel comics, if you were an anime, God forbid, especially back then, you're lost, dude. You might as well just go. You'd be like, what was the guy who was at remember the movie Office Space, and the guy who was the big fat guy in the bottom in the basement? That would be you. in the 80s, if you played those things. And so, but the thing is, now it's cool, right? And girls want, hey guys, can girls play too? And they don't see it as actually like wanting to play D&D. They see it as originally anyway, initially. Maybe they do have an interest. Maybe their brothers are into it. But you have to admit that there's also sort of a side benefit of the fact that the guys in there, they're still like alphas of the gaming space. It's contextual, but they're still alpha males in gaming. They're still alpha male coders. They're still, contextually for that subculture, there is alpha males in the goth culture. God knows. You name the subculture, and I will show you the sexual marketplace that exists within that subculture. Same thing for gamer girls. Like the video. I'm glad you do. Please do. To prevent a financial predatory woman is carry yourself like Elon Musk. Like you have Asperger's syndrome. When his ex Grimes was complaining about not living up to his means. I think okay. I get the want to sort of make Elon this kind of like he game recognizes game. Like Elon knows what he's doing. He doesn't buy her shit. He's a minimalist. No, he has Asperger's syndrome, and he's quite open about it. You want to know why he and Grimes are not together anymore, or any of his other girls are together anymore. He just breeds because he's very socially inept. That's why. And I went and nothing wrong with the guy. I know some very, autistic, spurgy guys who rugby, for example, I love him like a brother. I love rugby, but is what it is. Rollo, I would love to hear your opinion on the different methodologies of clinical psychology in regards to psychotherapy. Oh boy, that's a whole show to itself. Is acceptance and commitment therapy just woo-woo female bullshit? I will dig into that for you on another show, Emilio. Because clinical psychology and psychotherapy, any of the psychology fields right now, other than maybe I don't want to say that, even evolutionary psychology is overrun with females. Most psychology majors are female. Most new psychology grads with masters and doctorates are female. Coming into teaching positions, female. And it's been this way for a long time, by the way. It's like it was 85 when I checked in 2019. It's probably more than that now, but it's been that way for over 10 years. So I have to take any psychology, even if it's from a guy, even like a guy I respect, I still have to filter through the fact that in academia, it's mostly females that are in the psychology, the humanities really, but psychology in particular. I will do it. I can dedicate a show to that if you'd like. Paying my dues. Thank you for paying your dues. Keeping Ned off of OnlyFans one super chat at a time. Okay. Do you really want me to talk about Kanye? Why I like your takes, because everyone rides Elon's stick. It's refreshing. Yeah. I'm not saying he's a bad dude, but we'd be on Mars if he was a little more socially adept and wasn't breeding with. I like Elon. I do. I just don't trust Elon. Elon, I would not start a business with. What? You're insane. He has he's a business genius. Yeah. But let's just say that he doesn't have the best track record with women. He's exactly the archetype that I'm saying that I would never want to start anything with, because especially or invest in. Elon's got this new company. It's coming out, blah, blah, blah. It might even be successful, but a guy maybe not Elon in particular, but a guy with that same kind of mentality and that same kind of history with women, that's a red flag. And by the way, a lot of guys who are investors who are savvy, they know that shit. White like show. Okay, got to you. I'm going back up so I can catch up to the rest of this so we can move on, because we're going to get to Adam Crigler here and I got to do it soon. So, okay, a great example of a woman destroying Blue Pill Man's empire: Queen Jezebel and King Ahab. And not the one from Moby Dick. Yeah. Any Christian rock bands you actually like? Yes, actually. Quite honestly, Striper's still pretty decent. Well, they became a little bit more heavier, I think, recently. But that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to think who would I say? Oh God, what was the one? I used to like Bride quite a bit, but that's way old, the 80s. Trying to think who's decent as a Christian rock band. It's kind of hard to count, because most faith-based bands, they kind of downplay it. That you could tell that they are, right, but they're not in your face with it. Project 86, they were fucking badass. There's another band called Stavsaker that I used to like very much, but that's mid 2000s. Trying to think of somebody recent. A Demon Hunter, right? Is that that's what I'm supposed to say? I think is Demon Hunter still around? They're I remember talking to Christian metal or Christian metalheads, and they're like, "Hey man, do you like Demon Hunter?" I'm supposed to? Okay. Oh yes. Oh no, I had a bad experience with the BPD. Oh, you found me out. Okay, guys, sorry, I got to end the show now. I'm gonna go delete my channel. Got to go delete my channel because Moose found us out. You mean the chick that I described? Oh, not only in several episodes here, but also in my most recent book. Oh, wow. Great detective work, Moose. Keep it up, man. Any Christian Rock? I don't know. Who's good now? Is there anybody? Because I mean, I've been out of that. I only become aware of that stuff when like somebody goes, "Hey man, do you like this band?" Like I gotta be hip to like Christian thrash or something. Can you advise? Krauser PUA has since left the scene. Quality stuff in the past. Thank you. The last I talked to Krauser personally, I had him on this show actually. That's probably the last time I talked to him. I think it was probably 2019. So when I talked to Krauser, I actually was trying to get him to, I think he did it too. He did the 21 convention in Poland. A lot of that shit went down, like the shit that went down in 2018 with Anthony. I kind of lost track of Krauser in the mix with all of that. I still like Nick quite a bit. I know a lot of people have a problem with him because of his like ethno-nationalism stuff, but like, I don't know what he's doing. I know he's out of the scene right now. I do like Nick quite a bit, and I think did he down his blog? Because I have not been over there in quite some time. Am I missing anybody else? I got to, let's see, Christian rock bands. Drape Tillman. Did I get to Drape? No, I didn't get to Drape. Hold on a sec. I got one more to go here. Drape Tillman, thank you. Drape, was it Pat Campbell that told the story of how Billy's sister and her friends took over the treehouse built by Billy and his friends? Yes, I remember that too. I think that was when we were talking about male space. I've done shows about male space with Pat before. What happens when you divorce your daughter? Your daughters are, when you divorce, while your daughters are young, and the new guy is the biggest beta. I think that's what's become the norm in society, and I'll deal with that very thing. Well, I don't know. How common is that really? It might be. It might be common. It might be more common than I think it is. Because for the most part, when men remarry more than women do, period. And that's simple logistics because women's sexual market value decays. So it's, people say, well, women they learn their lesson and they don't want to get married again because they got screwed and they got burned and they're never coming back, and good for them. No, they don't get married again because they're not as marketable as they were when they first got married on the sexual marketplace. Until you recognize that first, then we can talk about the other shit, but you got to recognize that the basic fundamental biology first. But in a gynocentric social order, that's what they want to talk about. But it's like I've had guys tell me like, well, the guy she's with right now is very beta, blah blah blah. Well, it could be that she sees that guy as like a meal ticket. So remember what I talk about when I talk about cuckoldry. I have to talk about cuckoldry in two aspects. There's the retroactive and then there's the proactive. So when I talk about cuckoldry, people like, well, don't you know that only 5% or 10% of births are actually like, cuckolded, like the chick tries to trick them. Like that's the only definition of cuckoldry. I'm like, no. If you are a single mommy, you want to know why men innately have a hesitation, if not a revulsion from single mothers. That's why, because that's a resource drain. And they are effectively signing up for their own cuckoldry. That is what's called retroactive cuckoldry, meaning that she already had the baby with the alpha male, and now she's looking for the beta guy who's a better support for the children. So it could have something to do with that. One woman's alpha be another woman's beta? Yeah. Because, by the way, I think people like guys. Well, if you're alpha for life. No, not at all. I've seen very alpha guys get fucking schooled. They lose their mojo and they go from being sort of, and those are like some of the most pathetic guys you'll see, because you kind of see the old alpha that could have been there. Like you see the guy who fattened up, or you see the guy who's just like defeated. And it's usually he's defeated because of here. He's defeated because he thinks he should be defeated. He's like, for instance, Prince Harry, I don't know, we won't call him an alpha, but the dude did fly helicopters in the military. The dude did have access to top shelf poon whenever he wanted to, but he meets Meghan Markle, who is older than he is, married but once before. I don't know if she had kids. She didn't have kids, but he turns into a completely different person. I'm not saying he was alpha before, but he was certainly more alpha, if there is such a thing. He was certainly more alpha before he met her than he did afterwards. So yes, it's absolutely possible. Jocko, whatever. Jocko Wilnick. Okay, don't give me grief about that, please. I appreciate the long podcasts. Of course you do, my dear. You love my long podcasts. You know why? Because I recognize you. Yes. Welcome to the ASMR section of the Irrational Male. Just for you, Sarah. We have to stop everything. I appreciate the long podcast. Prolonging the magic makes my Sunday. For $9.99, you can have it too. Let's see. You know, it's funny. That used to be Sterling Cooper's porn music, intro music, and now it's all for you. Can you do a Green Power Ranger intro to your song? Do I have to? I really don't want to. I could, I suppose. Would you like me to? Okay, now I'm caught up. All right, good enough. All right, guys. Now we will move on to the Adam Crigler part of today's show. Okay. I've done this show already. Yes, please do a show on psychology and counseling. I am male, thinking of going into that field. To do what? If you're going to go in, I certainly don't want to discourage you from doing so. Any book you recommend on dating, psychology, and body language? Yes, it's called The Player's Handbook. Available on Amazon and Audible, by the way. Definitely. You want your body language part? It's in there. You want your psychology on dating? It's in there. Go get the players. Here's what it looks like, my friend. Go and pick up The Player's Handbook by Rollo Tomassi. That's exactly the book you're describing right now. I'm not a psychologist. I just play one on the internet. Was arguing on a Reels clip on Reels on a clip where wife makes $180,000. Oh, good. Any studies on percentage chance that will divorce a male when she makes more money? Correct. I hear you talk about this a lot. Well, funny you should say so, because I happen to have where is it? Not her. Where'd she go? Oh, I didn't plug. Did I plug it in yet? No. Hold on. I happen to have this drop for you. Where's that screenshot? Here it is. Oh, our good friend Rob Henderson makes a return to the Rational Male. Here it is. Right here. State University psychology professor. Oh, wait, hold on. This is, let me read it to you because I can't see the top. Oh, here we go. So this is from Newsday. This is, when was this? This is about a year ago. Troubling gender gap in higher education. A state university psychology professor told me she was seeing many instances in which married working class women who earned a college diploma felt they'd outgrown their blue collar husbands, eventually leading to marriage breakdown. And by marriage breakdown, she means divorce. Marriage breakdown. We just broke down. I don't know. I don't know what happened. It just broke down. No, you divorced them. 70 to 80% of divorces initiated by women. Thank you. End of story. If I can get a Marilyn York in here, by the way, go look up Marilyn York. She lives here in Reno. She's a divorce attorney who is a men's rights divorce attorney. And actually, I like her very well. I would love to have her. I could probably have her in this studio. But she'll tell you marriage breakdown. Wasn't this part of it?
To subscribe.
Oops, sorry. Back her up.
Women who make more than their husbands in heterosexual marriages are up to 3 times more likely to get cheated on. Another recent study found that men's stress levels rise if their female partners earn more than 40% of the household income.
Oh, you like that? There's some stats for you. Is that enough? See, the thing is like when I see stuff like this, when you remember what I said about data and interpreting the data. Now, this is data that I've covered in the past, but you'll notice a marked difference in the interpretation and the delivery of this data, right? 40% ends up in, what is it? It causes marital stress. Let's keep going, actually. What do you think she's trying to achieve with this? What do you think she's trying to achieve here?
Researchers find that promotions to top jobs dramatically increase a woman's likelihood of divorce.
A woman's likely, like, divorce happens to her if she gets a rise in pay, if she gets a promotion at work. It just happens to her. The guy is insecure and he's the one that divorces her. No, women initiate 70 to 80% of divorce, depending on whose numbers you use. So what is she trying to, what's the theme here? What's the underlying theme about this?
That does not hold true for men. In a series of studies,
Yeah, of course it doesn't. When a guy gets a promotion, yeah, it doesn't hold true whatsoever. Because that woman is like, hot damn, my man is making more money. He has more status. He has more affluence. He's making more money, bring more money. Now we can take that vacation. Now we can have another baby. Now we can add an addition to the house. Come on, man. Like that's the delivery? Really? So that's what I want to say is like, when I'm like sort of like ostracized, but when I'm excluded, let's just say, from certain podcasts, this is why. Because I don't deliver the data like this in this context, right? I've quoted exactly these studies before. Hell, I just showed you one on screen here just a minute ago. Yes, when women make more money than their husbands, they tend to have a higher incidence of divorce. Who is initiating the most divorces? I'll wait. Hell, it just happens. It's just marital breakdown. Fuck you. No, it's not. Because there's an innate part of women. And by the way, hoop earrings are definitely in effect with this girl. Whoo, man. She is ovulating. But yeah, exactly. It's a series of published studies. Well, let's let her continue here.
American Psychological Association's Journal of
The APA, run by women. And here's another male space that is now overrun with women.
Personality and social psychology. Men felt bad when their wives beat them at something, but they all
see here. That's the delivery. Oh, they felt bad when their wives beat them at something because they're all toxically masculine and they need to be re-educated. Because it's not like because men are like innately like competitive, but that's neither here nor there. We're still talking about why does the marriage break down? And it's not because of the guy. It's because of a woman. A woman can no longer respect that dude. That guy better be laying pipe like nobody's business. He better have porn star sex with that chick. Because remember, if she don't need you, she better fucking want you. She damn well better want you. And that's where we're at. Here's the thing. You want to know, by the way, you're gonna see this. I might as well give you like a preface to this. Women don't need men. We hear that all the time. They want men, but they don't need men. I usually pair that up with the fact, like, well, who do they want? They want Jason Momoa. They want to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party, because they don't need the beta anymore for support. They don't need the beta for security. They don't need him for parental investment, for provisioning, or at least the perception of protection. They don't need that guy. So, oh, well, don't you think a relationship is better based on a woman who wants you? Yeah, but you know what's even better than that? A woman who not only needs you, but wants you as well. How about those two things? Because that used to be the foundation of a really healthy relationship. Mutual need, mutual respect, and mutual desire. Natural, innate, genuine desire. I don't need him, but I like to fuck him. I don't need him. Imagine me saying this. Like, you say you're my wife, you're my sister wife, Sarah, Tori. I don't need you, but I want you. I want you around. What? Why don't you need me? Well, because I'm already secure and I don't need some bitch around here. I don't need you telling me what to do. I don't need you to I make my own damn money, bitch. I do what I want. I imagine me saying that. Well, but I want you. What do you want me for? I'll spread your legs and let's go. Imagine me saying that. Because that's essentially like when I talk about like how men are superfluous, that's what. Now, how different is it if I go, you know what, you're a hot piece of ass. I enjoy fucking you, and you know what, I really need you in my life because, we have a life together. We have equity. We have a family. We have dogs. We have a daughter. We have shared history together. I need you in my life, and I want you in my life. That is way better than you're superfluous. Huh? You're good to have around, but I don't really need you. You want to talk about what is a solid relationship at that point? That's not making her the focus of your life. She's I need you because you're a complement to my life. You're not a hindrance to it. You help me to get to the next level. You are nurturing. You are feminine. You are fun to bang. You stay in shape because you want to stay in shape, not because you feel like you're obligated to stay in shape, because that's just who you are. Those kind of, like, in that sense, to be needed and to be wanted at the same time, that's way better than just to be wanted or to just be needed, because that it leads to codependency. See how that works? Well, I can, but a lot of other people still can't seem to see it.
Also subconsciously lost confidence when their wives got any wins, even when they weren't in direct competition with their partners. And this was true across all kinds of achievements, personal, social, and intellectual. Men felt worse about themselves when
Must have been their fragile male egos.
their partner succeeded compared to when she failed. And when their partner succeeded at something they failed at, their self-esteem took an even bigger hit, and in turn their relationship satisfaction diminished. There's quite a bit of this data that seems to suggest that for ambitious women, personal success comes with a higher likelihood of relationship stress. And as long as we live in a
So here's what I get. What I don't get is, like, you got to remember, like, when you hear stats, like, there's still some, like, this is, by the way, this is like female triumphalism. That's actually a word. This is a term. It's feminist female triumphalism. Well, can't you just let us win? That's not the case. You can't let yourself win and still have respect for the guy that you outclass. When you put women into the male space that is like whatever, corporate America, and that woman goes from like making, I don't know, $50,000 to making $500,000, and you're still working as a garbage man, making, they make quite a bit, by the way, like $80,000. Well, yeah, you might be like, it's not so much a blow to the guy's ego as it is the woman. Why is it a blow to his ego? Because she ain't got no, ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for you. She's at the $500,000 level. You're a resource drag. You become a child at that point. You become another mouth to feed, because now her surplus resources are what is fueling the family now, and she's got to bust her ass. And again, they say, "Oh, well, that's just traditionalism. That's just conservative." No. Those are evolved dimorphic sexual gender roles. Women, here's what I want to know, because we're going to have to answer this question very soon, is women have complained over and like at least since 2017, 2018. I did these shows with Pat Campbell. They've complained about like men not being economically attractive. I've even shown you videos on here. Like I doubled up on that on one of the intros here. But men needed to be economically attractive. And there's even more research saying that men, to be a woman's equal, have to make 58% more money than she does to be marriageable in the first place. And so when we talk about how men are in decline, or how boys just aren't measuring up, or they need to assume more responsibility or whatever, it's because that woman wants a man that she can respect. She can't look up to you if she is your equal. She needs to look up to you. That's exactly what this is all about. It's not about like, oh, well, we need to unlearn that. Women need to unlearn being attracted to a guy who is above her. Or how come we don't have that conversation? Instead, we say, well, men need to measure up and man up, blah, 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 to women's standards. Why is it that women don't need to lower their standards for the mass majority of guys who are in the 80%? Why isn't that the popularized meme? Because it's not innate evolved gender dynamics is what it is. How dare you suggest that a woman get with a lesser man? Well, until you acknowledge that, until you quit this idea of like social constructionism and, oh, men need to learn this or women need to learn that. No, you need to work within the system. You need to work within the game. You need to work within the dynamics of the evolutionary dynamics. And men and women are not equal. And women want a man that is above her. They can't look up to a man who is her equal. Just like I told Jedediah way back in the day. I told Jed that. I wonder if she would agree with me now about that. I wonder if she would.
I want to note here about these OnlyFans girls, because I know there's guys that go spend their time on OnlyFans and they give a ton of money. These girls repeatedly make a fool out of you. Do you not get it? Do you not absorb that? They're repeatedly on these platforms, on these podcasts, whatever, and they're always saying like how these guys putting the money. I mean, I'd never take them seriously. I'd never date them. Duh. And there you are at home.
Hold on there. Hold on there, little lady. Let me opine for a moment. Yes, because they're pedestalizing. They're pedestalizing a woman who is on OnlyFans, who doesn't have any respect for these guys. But I'm wondering if now her opinion has changed. I'm wondering. Let's ask you.
Home. Hopefully not. Listeners to my show, hopefully you're smarter than that. But let's say you're out there and you're at home and you're spending money on OnlyFans and you're hopeful that that's actually an interaction you're going to get something out of. Maybe you like the girl. Maybe you're thinking this is a way to like make something actually happen. Or maybe you're looking at her as like, oh, this is like a trusted person. We're having something special going on. She's laughing all the way to the bank, honey. All the way to the bank. And every chance they get, every time I see them on a panel talking about it, it's like a big joke. Ha ha, yeah, they think they're getting somewhere. Ha ha. Cash in that check.
No, Jed. It's because they actually hate those guys. They do. Right? Now, why am I bringing up the OnlyFans thing? I will show you here in just a minute. We're going to get to Adam Crigler. Don't worry. It's coming. It's coming. I got to make you wait for the good stuff, right? Don't worry. It's on tap. I already got the video ready to go. Hang on. Because I wanted to talk about our good friend. What the hell is her name? Here she is. Is this her? That's it. Aella. I'm poly, but naturally prefer mostly focusing on one partner at a time. Okay. I also like dating dudes with real high SMV, and high SMV dudes tend to be able to get laid a lot and do not like focusing on one partner at a time. It's rough, but I bring it upon myself. Of course you do, dear. Let's also have a look. Where I've got her queued up. No, that's not it. Hold on. Where is Aella? Where's good old Aella? I have her already loaded. I thought I did. Anyways, she's one of the top earners, I guess. I guess on OnlyFans. Man, I ain't even done with the show, and these motherfuckers are already clipping my show on Twitter. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Phantom Noir. I know you're watching right now. Let's see. No, not her. Not her. That was Aella. I got Aella. Oh, I thought I had her on tap. Hang on. Where's my girl? Oh, no. I do have her on tap. She's just not on Twitter. What silly me. Here she is. She's on Instagram. Let me go grab her. Silly me. Hold on. Which one is it? All posts. Is that it? There we go. Much better. Here we go. This is this chick right here. Got it? Can you see her? Yes, you can. Good. Okay. Let's continue. Now then, this is a day in the life. Okay, here's the day in the life of Aella, OnlyFans content creator, nude pics and videos. That's it, by the way. I don't think she does sex, but maybe she does. Who makes $100,000 a month off. Okay, on OnlyFans, I would presume. She has 3,200 subscribers, just a mere 3,200, and still makes $100,000 a month. Fucking A, how awesome would that be? And is at the, the top OF 0.04% of creators in terms of monthly revenue. Crazy and fascinating. We're going to go and have a look at this, right? Now, she kind of looks like Liv Tyler, don't you think? I think she sort of does. But she's one of the top. This girl, like, remember, this girl right here is not one of the jet screaming hootie queens we have on Access Vegas. Who, by the way, most of them have OnlyFans. They ain't earning this kind of cash, right? The first thing I do every morning is wake up, sit in bed, and check my OnlyFans to see how much I earned overnight. Warren Buffett, man, if you can't make money while you're sleeping, right? I also check Reddit to see how well my posts performed. I have them scheduled to post early in the morning because that's the best time to post on Reddit. I also run a Telegram group that currently has 83 other OnlyFans girls in it, where we exchange tips and tricks. We share graphs and spreadsheets with each other to see how we've been operating. And I've shared some calculators that I built that do things like predict your income based on how many subscriptions you're getting per day. 11:30 a.m. I make coffee and film a short video called The Naked Morning Coffee Chat, where I'm either topless or naked and talk to the camera about my thoughts or rant about something that's been on my mind. I post this a few times a week, and it's to try and connect better with my subscribers. So, Jed, please take a note here. This is no makeup, hair messy, very relaxed. Got it? Keep that in mind. Put that in the notebook there, Jed. We're going to come back to that. After my coffee at 12:38 p.m., after my coffee, I have some personal time where I'll watch YouTube videos, respond to people, maybe eat something, and check my Twitter. Oh, she's on Twitter. Yeah, of course she is. 1:30 p.m. I start putting on my makeup in the early afternoon and get ready to shoot content, which takes up the majority of my afternoon. This process is very lazy, very relaxed. I take a lot of breaks and usually change outfits a handful of times. And this is her, I guess this is her layer, her babe layer. Every day I have at 2:30. Every day I have a personal goal of getting 2 really good photos and 1 GIF that I can post online as advertisements on Twitter and Reddit. I've been that in between that, I film a bunch of content for my OnlyFans. For everything outside of OnlyFans content, under 30 seconds performs much better. Imagine that. You know why?
Ain't nobody got time for this.
Yes, I will no longer striptease or videos that are more explicit. I will post longer videos of striptease or videos that are more explicit. Got it. For my OnlyFans. Okay. 2 days a week, I'll film a porno. Okay. So I guess she does sex, which means I go to Pornhub, sort by solo girl content. Oh, okay. So maybe she is solo, and look at what's been popular recently. Then I essentially pick one of that and replicate that. She's not, what is it? Good artists borrow, great artists steal. If it's Saturday, instead of filming porno, I'll live stream myself playing Asshole with my viewers. Do you even know what that is? 7 p.m. I try to film in natural light. So I finish when the sun sets. After I'm done shooting content, I'll start editing everything on OpenShot. Really, I don't even know what OpenShot is. I'll edit the porno into 2 versions, a 30-second video that I post on OnlyFans as a preview, and then a longer version that I'll direct message out to my OnlyFans subscribers that night or something in the next morning. Once a week, I'll set aside 2 hours to research new platforms to consider posting on. For example, a lot of escort sites have gone online only because of COVID, so I make it clear that I'm not escorting, but I advertise on a couple of those. So she's not actually turning tricks, but she's wearing a hooker's uniform. There's also BDSMLR, which is bondage discipline, which is the alternative to Tumblr because Tumblr banned nudity. Not anymore. I've even posted on some conservative websites, but that hasn't turned out very well. 12:30 a.m. Wow, she's going to bed when I do. Lights out. I usually double check my Reddit schedule, queue up all my content I filmed that day, and schedule my Twitter posts, hopefully using Hype Fury, before I go to sleep. Last but not least, by the way, I talk about cool businesses all the time. I try finding stuff most people have never heard of. Make sure to follow me more. Got to get that plug in at the end there, don't you? Well, there you have it. Now, the most important part of that, Jedediah. Well, why do these guys, don't they know that they're simps and they're suckers and they're pay pigs? Yeah, yes, they do. Because she's not selling the sex. Yeah, that's part of it for sure, but she's selling the experience. She's selling the girlfriend experience. She's selling it to guys who are like, again, going back to my previous point, who pedestalize her, that she hates. She hates these guys. Absolutely hates these guys. And the reason why is because they pedestalize this girl. They give her literally $100,000 a month to do what I just read to you with messy hair. With top, what was it? My morning coffee, buck naked, right? That's all. Messy hair, no makeup. Awesome with that. Like, what girl wouldn't do that, man? What girl would not do that? Oh, we're just going to give you $100,000 a month for just like showing up topless, doing what you're going to do anyways, probably, you know? Here's my, and then she puts on makeup. She does a porno. Porno to her is like, playing with herself. That's it. $100,000 because she's accessible and she seems real. She seems like attainable. It's the attainability factor. That's the appeal there. So Jed, when we talk next, be sure to ask me about the OnlyFans thing. Be sure to ask me about this chick. Because it's the girl next door effect. It's the I could get her. I think I could get her effect. And so you want to know why she's one of the top earners? It's because she plays on that and she knows that. And that's the calculation that goes into that. That's calculation is exactly why women will ruin men's empires. It's the same dynamic. That's why I threw this in here. It's the same dynamic. It's the calculation. It's soft power. It's the vulnerability. When I was mentioning before, in The Art of Seduction, Robert Greene describes this. It says, for women, power was always accessible through men because they were the weaker sex. So what did they have to do? They had to create, we call it chivalry. It's not really chivalry. It's like romantic love, or it's the romantic ideal. It's courtly love. Whenever I hear dudes like, what's his name? Like 7-figure, faith-based earner, whatever the hell his name is. And they talk about, the men today need to learn how to court women. Like anytime you hear court, run away. That don't start a business with that dude. Do not. No one courts. No one is courting. No one has courted since 1580. Since the time of the first Queen Elizabeth. God save the Queen. Since the Renaissance era. Well, don't you think that they courted in the 18th? But yeah, they tried. They tried to. That's the romantic ideal that they were like hearkening back to. Nobody's courting anybody. Trust me. You think that? Do you really want me to show you the stats for like online dating and how it's spiked? The reason why it's spiked is because of that. Because it's easier. It's a buffer. No one courts. So like get that out of your head. The courting is actually not even a 20th century ideal. It's like a 14th century ideal, like a 15th century ideal. I don't know. That's courting. Stop it with the courting bullshit. Okay. You're dating. You're considering your options. Can we just cut the bullshit? Can we cut the shit finally in 2022? Like update your software, bro. Your software has needed updating for a long time. Nobody courts anymore. Jedediah, nobody courts anymore. Sorry, not sorry. Hooped up. Yeah, she is hooped up. Oh, that girl was hooped up, huh? Video volume is really low. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. That's actually tagged to the video, not me. My bad. Let's keep going. Speaking of videos, let's get on to the meat of the matter today. Where's our good friend? Okay, now I gotta throw out. Okay, if you don't know who Adam Crigler is,
clearly loved him. She was infatuated with him.
Okay, this is from Adam Crigler. Cut his hair, dude. Fuck, man, you're killing me. People are going to say the same thing about me when I cut my. He used to have very long hair, by the way. I've known Adam since before he was on Tim Pool. He used to be a partner with Tim Pool. And now finally, sort of things are coming to surface as to why it was that he left the show or he was asked to leave. And this is the power behind the throne. This is the final installment of how women destroy men's empires. And also how they destroy relationships between men so they can destroy those empires. Remember, as I get into this, let me put myself up here a second. Remember this, that if you're dealing with a guy who his wife doesn't like you or his girlfriend, like there's a reason for that. It's calculated. Remember the video I showed you in the beginning here with the girls who are like, yay, it's like, oh, I fucked my boyfriend's blah, 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 blah. And they were like, it was confession time, TikTok confession time. I'll bring it up again if you want. But that TikTok confession time, like that's why I'm trying to establish the thing about calculating. It's soft power. Soft power is calculating. For women, it has to be covert. You want to know why women's communication style is covert? It's because it was a means to power. Say for men's communication style is overt. It's say what you mean and mean what you say. In fact, we get really pissed off if a guy if he's not a man of his word. You know where that came from? Being a man of your word. And I'm going to go all like TradCon on here, but I'll give you the basis for it. Because back in the day before there was like legal contracts, back in the day when it was like the law of the jungle, frontier justice, You could say the American Old West. You could say the Scottish Highlands. You could say when it was just, there's no legalities. It was just like justice was justice, and guys would like beat the shit out of you if you stabbed them in the back or you betrayed them or whatever. Your word was everything. Your word was basically a legal contract. So you had to be a man of your word, and you had to keep your word. So if you said you're going to do something, you better bloody well do it. That's where we get overt communication. I'm a man of my word. I'm going to shake your hand. That was a handshake, right? I'm a man of my word, and if I say I'm going to be where I'm going to be at a certain time, I'm going to be there. Like when I whenever I do shows, or like whether it's a podcast or whatever else, if I don't call and say I'm not going to be there, I'm going to be there. Don't call me up and say, "Where are you, bro?" I will be there, and I will be there on time, and I'll be ready to rock. Because I'm a man of my word, and that's all a man has is his word, right? His integrity, his reputation. Is he respectable? Well, then he's got to be a man of his word. Because back in the day, that's all you had. You can't go to the constable, especially when you're outlaws, right? If you're a man of your word and you say, here's what I'm going to do, I'll be here, whether it's romantically with a woman, or if it's like you have a contract, or you're going to promise your brother-in-law or dad or whatever, you're going to promise your best friend, I'll be here, I will do this. I'm a man of my word. Here's my contract. My word is my bond. That actually used to mean that. Like, that was a contract. The problem is that's like, I say what I mean and I mean what I say. So it's this overt communication. For women, when we say a guy is acting like a bitch, it's usually because he's duplicitous, or it seems like he's a snake, right? We don't trust that guy because we don't think he's a man of his word. And when we say men's word, we say men's word because it's based on an overt form of communication. It's direct game, right? Hey, bitch, you want to fuck? Yeah, okay, let's go. Right? That's I say what I mean what I say. But if you run game, like traditional game, if you run like formal game, it seems like, oh, those guys are bitch. They're game players, right? Because it seems like it's a female form of communication. It's really strategy, but but that's really what women do. Is they're calculating, and it's strategy. And what happens is because women are covert in their communications, they're more about covert power. And I talked about this when I talked about this in Religion, actually, my fourth book. The covert contract, or the covert way of women communicating. Women have a much broader sense of a broader appeal. They have a greater proclivity with communication in subcommunications, in body language. Like women can infer mood. They can, if a girl wears a certain thing, they kind of got an idea where her head is at. And God bless you, Tori. Tori's like woke me up to this just recently too. It was like, she'll say, oh, these bitches are against me. I'm thinking it's just mean girl bullshit, but it's not. Like, she's picking up on like communications. My daughter does this. My wife does. Hell, my mom used to do this. You don't see it because you're a man. And I don't see it because I'm a man. I'm like, I mean what I say what I mean. I'm all about the overt communications. But women can infer communication from a look or a tone of voice or a snark, right? Or whatever. I don't care. And you will be right there, and it happened right in front of you, and as a guy, and you'd be like, stop acting like a bitch, right? Stop. And we don't have patience. Most guys don't have the patience to understand that. And I understand why. I get it. So sometimes it's just simply a waste of time. It's more pragmatic to just say, fuck it, you guys go claw each other's eyes out. I don't care. But the communication aspect, the reason why that exists is because it was the only means to power for women. Because they sure as shit couldn't fight guys. They could never go through overt means. I've talked about the dynamic of let's you and him fight. And what that is it's getting a woman getting you to challenge and kick some other guy's ass because she besmirched her honor, or he besmirched her honor, right? You're not a man of your word. I'm going to kick your ass for talking shit about my wife, saying she's a whore. I tell you, it's funny is like, we'll talk about like slut shaming today. Like, women slut shame each other way more, like if at all. Men walk on eggshells with that slut shaming shit. But let a guy raise his voice or get angry or in any way like sort of like challenge a woman, and there's 10 other guys ready to kick his ass because they've been trained that way. They've been waiting their whole lives for that opportunity to go at it. But it's soft power, right? she's not going to kick his ass. There's no way that little girl could kick his ass. But the big ass bouncer bodybuilder 6'1" dude who's like ready to has waited his whole life to defend her honor and just pound your ass into the pavement. He's going to kick your ass. And she's gonna be the one that's, oh man, you hurt my feelings. Oh, how dare you? Fuck yeah. You know, like he wants that opportunity and that righteous reason to do so. But that's what I'm talking about. Is there's that, okay, well, you know, he's kind of I'm using the most extreme form here, okay? But there are more subtle forms of that manipulation, and it can be, don't talk to that guy anymore. Don't hang out with that. He's a bad influence on you. Do you think he's really good? Like gaslighting you. Do you think he's really a good influence on you? Do you think he should really be part of your business? Do you think he should really be, do you think blah, blah, blah? I think he's cheating on his wife. Oh, really? I should go tell guys never to cheat on their wives. That's red pill, right? Because the little lady said so, and I'm going to go out there and make sure that I do. She's proud of me because I'm a man of my word. And that's where Adam Crigler was with Tim Pool. This is exactly how empires get destroyed, because women play on the let's you and him fight. And nothing defines this better than this. All right, Martin, please. Rip you off. Here you go. Yeah.
Yes, past tense. I don't anymore. We don't talk. We barely talked before we started the show. It wasn't like we were buddies. I want to let this go. I want to put this in the past. I want to finally move forward. And I feel it really started so fantastically. Like I've really loved Timcast IRL. I really did. You know, I had such a blast on that show. And Lydia didn't have a camera. I don't even think she had a mic. I think she...
Okay, so let me give you a little bit of backstory here for those of you who don't know what this is. Adam Crigler used to be partners, I guess, with Tim Pool, who has arguably one of the best viewed podcasts on YouTube right now. Maybe not Mr. Beast level, but like as far as live streams, definitely he's up there. He's usually in the top like 10, I think, as far as super chats are concerned. So if you don't know who Tim Pool is, go and educate yourself. Please, can we have this conversation? So right around 2020, I think, 2019, 2020, Adam got kicked off the show, and just surreptitiously, nobody like, where the hell? There's your vocabulary, just like without warning. And nobody knew why. And I know Lydia. Lydia is the producer on Timcast and still is to this day. And she's been a part of the show for quite some time. So in the early days, you have to know something about Tim Pool. Tim Pool used to be like a citizen journalist. I think that's probably the best way I can say. I've been following Tim Pool since like 2015. I remember when he was covering Berkeley protests. He was at Occupy Wall Street. I remember that back in the day. But like when I became aware of him, he was doing like man on the street video podcasts from like Berkeley riots and protests and stuff. And it was usually because Milo Yiannopoulos or Ann Coulter were supposed to speak at like Berkeley or some shit. As he'd go there and he'd be wearing like a GoPro on his hat or like on his chest or something like that. Okay, everybody, I'm doing this now. And so he was like this citizen journalist, and that kind of evolved into what we now know as Timcast, and he's got his own channel. And again, nothing against the guy, but like that was his sort of evolution. I'm being real. I'm probably butchering it. There's probably way more to this than I know. But from when I was following him, that's the progression. I followed him from being citizen journalist on the street to having his own Timcast thing. And one of the appeals I thought of his live stream at the time was Adam Crigler. Adam had longer hair. He's a musician. I had a lot in common with him. I hit him up like almost immediately after they split. I've known Adam for a little while, just kind of like on the side. Like he's never been like a good friend. Like I contact him all the time. But when all this went down, I'm like, oh, dude, man, like if you want to come on my show, I'd love to talk to you. But he wasn't ready to do that. I don't know what was going on, but I like Adam quite a bit. And I never knew what the behind the scenes sort of reasoning for him leaving, and he wasn't letting anybody know until now. So now he's giving us the story of what was really going on between himself, Tim, and Lydia during this time.
She was just sitting on the other side of the room, and it was me and Tim in the very beginning. And I thought that was kind of weird. because Tim would like yell to like fuck you, and everyone's like, who's he talking to? Like, what's going on? And I actually advocated for her to get a mic and a camera. I was like, it's kind of weird. Like, she should have a camera. She should have a mic. Like, she should be like a part of this.
Yeah, well, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
And you know, that happened. And you know, there was a time where things just felt awesome. You know, things were smooth, and that was March. February. It was like the first month and a half, maybe the first 2 months. But then the lockdown hit, and COVID happened, and we kind of got locked into a house together. And it wasn't a very big house. It was a 4-bedroom house. And at the time, there were 6 people living in the house. Like I said, you know, there was a time where it was awesome. Like, it worked. But it feels like it very quickly devolved. And I blame the lockdowns mostly, you know, because had we all been able to get away from each other and maybe get our own place,
I know,
get our own space, there was something that really started irking me. And that was the way that, honestly, both.
Actually, hold on one second. I have to address that. Yes, I know Lydia just recently left, which is probably why Adam is now coming out with this. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm fully aware, by the way. So
Tim and Lydia had this mentality of being high and mighty and know best, and they're the smartest people that have all the answers. And I never want to claim I have the answers, because no one has all the answers, right? I'll have advice, I'll have opinions. There was, yeah, I don't know. There was something about that really bugged me. And there was this vibe of both of them teaming up on me. And this wasn't just on the show. You know, this was persistent at all times. To be honest, Lydia is a yes man to Tim. That's all she did. She had no opinions of her own. And this was not just live. And it was so irksome. You know, I would catch her lying live about books that she read. And I'd ask her a second later, oh, okay, what was in that book that's relevant? Like, what made you think of that book? Oh, I actually didn't read the book. I was like, you just said you read the book. So Tim and I skated a lot in this time period, right? Tim built a mini ramp in his backyard. It was awesome. It was freaking, that was probably the best thing about being locked up in that place, is that we could go out and skate. And Tim and I did often. We would go out and skate. And Tim was sitting, he's like, man, he's the best skater in the world. And I was like, I don't agree. And I bet you can guess what he said to me. We weren't live. We weren't streaming at the time. That's right. You guessed it.
Wrong. That is absolutely wrong. Proved over and over again.
Wrong. He told me I was wrong. And Lydia chimed in.
Wrong.
Yeah, he is the best skater in the world.
Wrong.
Lydia, what the fuck do you know about skateboarding? I'm sorry. You don't know anything about skateboarding. What? The three of us, I was the only one who happened to be a pro skater at one point in his life. I wasn't at the time. I'm no longer. But I was a pro skater. I rode for Arbor Skateboards and Bustin' Boards in New York before I got onto the Arbor team.
Oh, no.
And skating's an art form. You can't tell me one person's the best skater in the world, and then when I disagree, you instantly just say I'm wrong. That's laughable.
Okay, so I got to stop here. We're getting to the juicy parts here, just like minutes away. But I have to stop it here because, like, this is the debate. This is like the straw that broke the camel's back. Like, yeah, it does. It sounds like petty drama, but again, it is. You're right. It is. It sounds like, stop being a bitch. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. It sounds exactly what you're thinking. Exactly.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
Yes, you're right. 100%. Like, why is this even news, right? That's too good. That's too good. Yes. Like, Superman could beat up Tarzan. What? Like, this is you and lets you and him fight. This is destroying an empire, or has the potential anyway. It's sowing the seeds of destroying an empire. And I mean, Timcast is certainly not empire, but like, maybe a business empire. Like people like, you know, what's interesting is like when you see like politicians go down, when they resign, was it Cuomo who did, was it the guy during COVID? Was it Mario Cuomo or was it the other dude in New York who is like at least suspected, if not guilty, of like implied anyways in the deaths of all these old folk that were in like assisted living? Was it Mario Cuomo? I can't remember. Maybe it was, it might be de Blasio. It's one of those guys, right? And the dude did not go down for that. You know what he went down for? Sex scandal because of a chick. The woman destroyed him personally, professionally. And he's probably come snap. Is it de Blasio or is it Cuomo? I don't remember. Regardless, it's more important that you keep your dick in your pants than it is to be implied in the deaths of God knows how many elderly people during COVID in like an assisted living. That's the level. That's the degree of importance that we place on all this. So yes, does this sound like stupid bitch shit? Yes, it does. But it gets better.
And I laughed. I did. I thought it was hilarious. I probably should have called Lydia out. I didn't. I just laughed in my head because I thought that was absolutely ridiculous.
Mario Cuomo.
But those skate sessions that Tim and I started having, I started to notice something. Lydia would always be around. She would hover around Tim everywhere. Everywhere. All the time. I'm sorry. Let me say that again. There was never a point where Lydia was not in the room with Tim because she would follow him around all the time, like nonstop. It was so annoying because that like mimicry that she did was ever present. You know, that I still I lived with her and I still fail to see her personality because all she did was mimic Tim.
That's interesting. So I want to point this out because remember when I was saying, like, I've had this conversation with Jed as well, but like, who asked me this not recently? Oh, I know it was. It was on Access Vegas when we were talking about Richard Cooper's quote is that women don't care about men's struggles. They wait at the finish line and they bang the winners. Now, I've told you in the past that my take on that is that that's half right. I think it's definitely has credibility to it. But most women cannot be the winners waiting at the finish line. And there are very few winners, getting the checkered flag as it is. So what happens is women have to make a bet on guys. And some bets are surer than other bets. So what they're doing is saying, okay, I'm in my 20s or maybe early 30s in this case. They're in their 20s and they're like, okay, I got to make a bet on this guy. I got to hedge my bets. I have to make sure that I'm betting on the winning horse. Because if I don't, like they have that, as Jordan Peterson would be happy to explain to you, women bear a much higher responsibility and a higher investment cost when it comes to reproduction, right? So it's like, I've got to find a guy and have like my feminine, well-developed feminine intuition with my covert power because I am the vulnerable sex. So I've got to figure out how, shut up. I'm not doing that. Thanks, bro. Thanks, Miguel. No, we're not doing it. Do you want me to? I'll tell you what, I will do a 24-hour live stream as like a telethon for a noble cause. Maybe I'll do it for like to generate money for like Greyhound rescues. How's that? I'm 3:30. I'm not even at the 4-hour mark, man. We're just getting started. But the thing is like when women are making this, they're looking for prospects. They're saying, is this guy going to be a winner or is he going to be a loser? Well, Tim was pretty much on his way to being a winner at that point. The dude's building fucking skate parks in his own house. Of course he's got money. So yeah. So she wants to link up with that. She wants to be attached to that. Because Tim Pool is contextually the only alpha she knows. Yeah, he's full of himself. And he even says, not in this, maybe a little bit in this, not in this video, but like in another video, how he's Tim is very egotistical. He's become that way anyways. I don't know if that was his personality type to begin with. He didn't seem that way when he was doing the man on the street kind of, YouTube, Zoom, was it a GoPro on his hat kind of, content. But now maybe he is. The one thing you will notice, and this is an aside, sorry. The one thing you'll notice about guys who are like empire builders, whether they intended to or they just stumbled into their empire, the one thing that they all share in common is they want to secure that empire. When you ask, well, what does a rich man want? You know what he wants? He doesn't want power. He wants security. He wants to know that he's insured against bad times. He wants to know that the money that he has right now is going to last forever, the rest of his life and probably into his children's lives. He wants security. And the way they do that, the reason why rich guys seem like the stingiest bastards in the world, and they could have come from poverty, but they tend to be like the most like miserly people that you've ever known. It's because they want security. They want to know, like, I've got all this, I got all this money, and the arm bar around it, because you never know when the depression's going to hit. You never know when you might have to stuff money into your mattress. And there's this mentality. When guys go from making and this has been my experience with the guys that I've worked with who like have gone from nothing to a lot, they tend to not become assholes or egotists because of their personality, but it's because they are wanting to hang on to what they've got. I get it. Fuck, I had to change my mind about money. Like when I started making money as Rollo Tomassi, I had to be very careful of that. But I'm not stupid enough to say, well, I'm confident enough in my abilities to know that I could generate more if I had to. So I tend not to be, if anything, to a fault. I'm a little bit generous to a fault. I'll give away more than I actually have sometimes. But I do that not because, hey, not because I'm virtue signaling or anything, although you could probably say that I am. Maybe I am. But also because I want to see something done with the resources and the prosperity that I have. I'm of the opinion that if your cup runneth over, spill some, give some to others, right? Let's see what they can do with it. Some are more worthy than others, right? But most guys, and I would say Tim probably falls into this category, is that they tend to be miserly because a rich man, you can't get, like, what do you get a rich man for his birthday? What do you give a rich man for Christmas? This Christmas is coming up. What are you going to give? What am I going to give Fresh? Fresh has like more money than I do. Definitely. Driving McLarens. He just bought what? He got a fucking Rolls Royce. I haven't even been in the Rolls Royce. He bought that like between like August and now. What am I going to give? What can I possibly give Fresh? You know what I'm going to give him? I'm going to give him and Big Mo knows this too. I'm going to give him a pine cone from Lake Tahoe. Completely worthless, but it's a magic pine cone though. I have to say it is a magic pine. There's a little bit of magic in it. I'll explain what I mean later. I'm going to give him I'm going to give him the most perfect pine cone in the National Forest, the Sierra National Forest. Yep. That's what he's getting. Because I can't give him a Rolls Royce, but you know what rich, powerful men want? It's not more powerful. They want security. They want to ensure that they're never going to want for anything. And so when you get a guy like Tim, or you see women, by the way, get off on that. Because women primarily need long-term security longer than their sexual agency will allow them to lock down a guy who can provide that long-term security. So when she sees something like this, she's going to stick with that. Like I've done those shows where I've explained how like Dutch women in World War II linked up with the officers of the German army at that time. And then they had their heads shaved as a result once the German officers were either killed or they were booted out of Holland at the time. Now that's one country, by the way. There's many other instances of the war brides dynamic. That's really what that boils down to. But the human nature, the female nature part of that is women. They need security. They would rather screw national identity, screw tribalism. If this guy right here is going to be in the winning team and he can provide security for me and my babies, screw the Netherlands. I'm going to get with the German officer. And that's essentially what Lydia was doing here. And that's essentially how men lose their empires, because they can't appreciate the innate opportunism that women operate from, particularly when it comes to love. Now, this is the most exaggerated form of this. I'm not saying all women are like that. But women's concept of love is based on opportunism. Sometimes that opportunism is very, very ugly.
And man, was it annoying. Tim always had his door open. He'd be sitting on the bed, beanie-less. That's right. He didn't always wear his beanie, all right, guys?
Whoa!
Tim learned the golden rule of being on the internet. You don't care what other people say. You just do the work. I learned that from him. Others could learn from him too.
Whoa!
He's got an insane work ethic.
Oh, he has a reality.
But that weird, hovering Lydia suddenly made sense when I saw her in the bed with him. When I saw her in the bed with him. And I was like, what the fuck? Okay, this is weird.
I need that as a drop.
And it all made sense.
Lydia.
And then I learned
you please
that Lydia was married.
Children.
I've been cheated on before. I think it's horrible. And I have zero respect for people that do that. And I lost a lot of respect for Lydia. I didn't lose all my respect for her, but I lost a lot of my respect for her. I guess I really didn't have too much to begin with, but that's still something that changed a lot for me. I had to sit across from her every single day and listen to her lie and mimic Tim.
Hold on. Yes, we're past the 3-hour mark. So here you go, sexy sexies. There you go. Wait. I'll even do this for you. Find love in your city. There you go. All right, get him out of here. Block him now. Big Mo, I gotta make you a mod. Yeah. So I wanted to point out just briefly here, because before he continues, this is almost over, by the way. He's explaining something that I have run into several times, which is having to deal with the woman that has broken up the Beatles, right? Yoko Ono. She's Yoko, right? And whether she tried to be or not, okay? I want to be, can girls play too? John Lennon? Or hell, even like Paul McCartney when he brought What's-Her-Face into his project after his wife, right? Hey, can girls play too? We're just as good as musicians as you guys. You're the Beatles. I think we ought to bring Yoko in for a cameo. Let's let her do the intro of this song. Right. Good idea. Destroyed the empire from within. And so, but it's worse because the guys who know what your empire and what your potential empire could be have to deal with you and your inability to wake the fuck up and take the red pill, for you to understand not only your own nature, but women's nature as well. And boy, are we going to get going there. Yes, you are right. Absolutely. Wait, where I got to do my Freemasons hand signs. Is that one? No, it's no. Hold, is that one? I think that's one. Is that one of them? I looked these up because people think that I do this because I'm a Freemason. Yeah, dude, totally. I'm totally a Freemason. I can do that.
And it was kind of nauseating. Yeah. So what is that, like April, May? It's starting to get a little nicer outside. And Tim told me about his girlfriend, Allison, who's very lovely, by the way, and that she was coming to live in the house in like 3 weeks. And I was like, wait a minute, hold up. Your girlfriend is going to move in here now with Lydia and you, and like, so wait. And I actually pulled him aside and I said, Tim, what the hell? This isn't going to work. Like, this is unfair on Allison. This is unfair on Lydia.
Well, only if you're monogamous and not in a polycule or something like that.
She would literally do anything that he asked her to do. And, I didn't think it was fair. I was like, this is going to hurt somebody. Right. And, Tim was like, this is, no, it's fine. It's fine. Which shocked me because that's a freaking disaster waiting to happen. I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't met Allison yet, so I didn't know who she was.
Total drama.
Tim told me nice things about her for a couple months, kind of talking about her, or that she was coming. And I don't know. I just that really kind of it threw me off. It threw me off.
All right, there you go. Thanks, brother man. I know this is your channel. I didn't mean to step on you. So there you have it. You guys wanted it. There you go. Power behind the throne. Lydia's been an integral part of Timcast for a very long time. She ended up getting married as well, but not to Tim. I would be curious to know whether or not the guy that she married knows about this. I don't know. Okay. So don't get lost in the drama here. Okay. Please don't. I know it's easy. You want to. Oh man, give me my red meat. Don't be a bitch. That's not what this show's about. This show is not about the fact that they were smashing. This show is about how women destroy empires. And sometimes they destroy empires without even realizing that there was an empire or there would soon be an empire in the first place. So when that woman becomes integral to that show, such as, let's see, Kim Kiyosaki, Mrs. Phil, all the guys, Tammy, let's see, Tammy from Jordan Peterson, and Michaela for sure. Let's see, who else do I have on my list here? Oh, well, let's not forget our big fish-eyed girl here. Right. Man, do we have time for me to go through this? Crypto Kinko, FTX Bros XX, Caroline Ellison on BDSM orgies and pills. Bankman-Fried funneled $10 billion to Ellison's Alameda, with about $1 billion still missing. All right. Here, since we're on the topic, okay. What the hell's Rollo reading from? I wasn't going to put this up, but I think maybe I have just enough time because it's relevant. Sorry, it's relevant to the empire crushing part. Now this is bug-eyed girl. This is, what the hell's her name? Caroline. That's her. She looks a little better in that one. Maybe she made some money, so she upgraded her glasses. Anyways, if you want more details on all of this, I did a dedicated show with Miguel from Cultivate Crypto. By the way, the registration is still open for Cultivate Crypto. It is closing tonight, though. You can use my link, which is in the description down below. You'll have to get down below the fold, but you can sign up for it. But before you do, please go and check out my very in-depth video that I did with Charlie and Miguel from Cultivate Crypto about exactly what I'm going to tell you about right now. Meet the pill-popping, BDSM loving, like that, Harry Potter obsessing, wow, surprise, Chinese harem aspiring, femme fatale, of the multi-billion-dollar cryptocurrency implosion of the FTX hedge fund.
Would you like to know more?
Yes, I would. Let's see. Oh, please. No, we can't have that. Get that off of there. Okay. I hate pop-ups like that. Former Alameda Research CEO Caroline Ellison, the ex-gal pal of disgraced FTX boss Sam Bankman-Fried, and the woman he blames for the collapse. What? What? He blames for the collapse. Really? He's probably not wrong, by the way. Just throwing that one out there. Posted a slew of lurid blog posts. Wait a minute. Lurid blog posts to Tumblr in 2020. The Daily Mail reports. Here we go. The latest revelations come after CoinDesk claimed Ellison, 28, Caroline Ellison, 28, and Bankman-Fried, 30, were leading lights in the 10-person cabal of roommates. That, my friends, is what a polycule is. Who mix business with pleasure in posh Bahamas and a posh Bahamas penthouse. Here we go. Yeah, this is the sexy part. Here we go. Here we go. Much better. Got it. Okay. CoinDesk claimed the 10 in the polycule were actively involved in bed hopping with one another. Among the digital bon mots, the fuck is that? From Ellison, harem. When I first started my foray into polyamory, I thought of it as a radical break from my trad past. Trad, I love that. But to be honest, I've come to decide that the only acceptable style of poly is best characterized as something like Imperial Chinese harem. Next on Pornhub. Non-traditional. None of this non-hierarchical bullshit. Everyone should have a ranking of their partners. People should know more about where they fall on the ranking. And there should be a vicious power struggles. Yes, struggle more for higher ranks. Hurt me unless I'm hedonistic and more masochistic. I'm less hedonistic and more masochistic. Guys, hold on. I'm more masochistic and less hedonistic. Okay. I get a lot of pleasure from doing things that are hard, unpleasant, physically taxing, and emotionally painful. What the hell is she doing? The graduate of elite Stanford University has also moaned that the 21st century is not the best time for sex, claiming that she was born too late to have 10 kids. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, 10 kids. Where did we hear that recently in Las Vegas? And born too early for four-dimensional upload orgies. In her list of likes, Ellison claims she prefers men with sufficient strength to overpower you, like stamina. She also likes men who control most major world governments. Wow. So Henry Kissinger's on the list, right? Earlier, she boasted on Twitter she was a proponent of regular methamphetamine use. Rock and roll, baby. And this is the quote. Besides her robust thoughts on sex and relationships, she has some opinions on crypto. On the side. In the meantime, we talk about Bitcoin for a little bit before we get back to Andrew Tate. She called it mostly scams and memes. Oh, really? The 2008 global financial crisis, Ellison took a 1% view of the calamity that ruined millions of lives. She wrote on Tumblr, I can't think of anyone involved who makes me go, yes, what that person did should be illegal and result in going to prison for a long time. So I guess she agreed with the bailouts, right? She added, I think people's first instinct is to react to these things, which a bunch of bad stuff happened. A bunch of bad stuff happened. We should make it all illegal, so it can happen. It can't happen again. When like the problem is really a complicated mess of slightly misaligned incentives and human error rather than evil people doing clearly bad things. Yeah, The Big Short. Yeah. Ellison's simplistic view offered a chilling foresight into the implosion of FTX and her company, Alameda Research. The fuck is Alameda? And her boyfriend, not anymore, is pointing the finger at Ellison for the disaster of the Lovestruck Bankman-Fried funneled a staggering $10 billion to Ellison's Alameda, with about 1 billion still missing. Meanwhile, Ellison has not been seen, and online posts claim she has fled Hong Kong. Oh, well, there's the Imperial Chinese template for Polly, for the Middle Eastern city of Dubai. Oh, really? I know some people in Dubai. It doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States. Let me rephrase that. It does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. Curiouser and curiouser. All the tentacles are starting to align, my friends. Yes. Yes, that definitely warrants a haram. Yes, Dubai doesn't have an extradition treaty for the United States. Dubai, what? What you say? I told you, man. I told you this. You see, it is. What are we at? 3 hours and 51 minutes. We're just approaching 4 hours into this show. Are you glad? Put a 1 in the chat if you're glad you stuck around for there is no extradition treaty between Dubai and the United States. Aren't you glad you stuck it out? Yeah. Yep. You're right. Tate needs to. Tate, if you're watching, dude, come on now. Come on now. Do me right. Come correct. Come on. I don't know, man. Tate might have met his match there. Might not be able to get with that. Is Tate still in Dubai? Why, yes. Yes, he is. Imagine that. Okay. Did I just get myself in trouble? I don't think so. Professional jealousy. Pearl had double your views. No. No, she didn't. Oh, did she? Did she actually have double my views? Okay. What material was she using? What was the topic? Han Solo. What was Pearl's topic? Because I guarantee you, I probably covered it about 100,000 times, or I guarantee you that probably Myron and Fresh covered it, a couple weeks ago? Not even that, a few days ago. Not impressed. I don't care. Professional jealousy about what? What the fuck? Do you honestly think I give a shit? Really? I get that all the time too. Like, you must be professionally jealous of Jordan Peterson. For what? For his life? Do I want to trade places with Jordan Peterson? No. I don't have to worry about my wife running my show. That is never going to happen. Bug-eyed girl was into Polly. Of course she was into Polly. You didn't hear that? See, now, if you had watched the show with me and Miguel, you would already know that. She looks like one of the girls from Rugrats. She kind of does. You guys like that? I could probably play that bass line for you. Would you like to? I got it right there. I got the destroyer bass. The destroyer bass, it's 4 strings that I really need a 5-string at minimum, because I've been playing. If you guys like Black Mountain, that's actually that just down-tuned. I need a 4. You guys need to give me better super chats. Can you somebody give me a $500 super chat so I can get a 6-string bass? I promise you it will go directly to a 6-string bass. I really need that. What do you got here? One more. Odin! Why is Magnus the worst Primarch? He's not. You are wrong, my friend. He's the best. And how quick would he lose to Constantine Valdor? I don't think he did. I know that there was a, okay, what time is it? Okay, I can do it. Magnus did nothing wrong. I know what you're doing. You're baiting me, Odin. You're baiting me right now. But you did not know this. Did not know what a scholar of the Thousand Sons I am. In fact, I have been such a scholar that Ahriman himself has consulted me for lore. I'm a gatekeeper. I once said this, and somebody caught me on this. I said, I have one daughter and I have 1,000 sons, like saying, you know, like my fans. And I thought about that and I go, oh, and then people go, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's probably for the best. Let's see. Wives of Roger Waters and Dave Gilmore helped destroy. Yep. There's enough. Like, here's the funny thing is like, you can give me some more examples. They don't have to be super chats. Give me more examples of women destroying men's empires. And what was it? Like, what's the process? Because I believe, here's my ideology. My hypothesis is this, is that there's an identifiable pattern to when a guy, like a blue pill guy, brings in a woman into the fold, into his empire, and she makes herself indispensable, or she uses the, oh, don't you love me? To become integral to become, let's say, like indispensable to that empire, to the point where it's like, I don't need you anymore. Right. Just saying. Wait. Hold on. You get this.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
Yes. Oh, do it. I could do it. Would you like me to do it? Okay. Yeah. See, Mike, you don't get any love until, because I know the kind of money you drop on other shows, and you do. I get no love. I get $2 from you. I'm a cheap hooker to you. Seriously, I'm a cheap hooker to you. I know. And you're even using my material. I even gave you pictures of me and Milo. I'm still a cheap hooker to you. That's all right. One of these days you'll respect me. Let's see. Anybody else? What? Kirk Hammett. Hamlet. Oh, Hamlet. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Modern Dragon. I got you, fam. Where'd it go? Yes. Hamlet. Yeah. Was Hamlet based on I know it's Denmark. Was it like based on a true story? It might have been. I know because Hamlet is Shakespeare, right? But Shakespeare used to use true stories as inspiration for his plays. Yes, most definitely. Thank you. Well, yeah, obviously she hasn't quite destroyed him yet. Now, I think people are going to bring up, yeah, that's the earliest instance. Thank you. Boy, you want me to get in trouble again? I'll get in trouble. Would you like me to tell you why this is? Because somebody was reheating this recently. When I was on Fresh and Fit, I made this comment. I think it was when I was promoting the 4th book. And I said, Eve's first sin was listening to the snake. Yes. But do you know what Adam's first sin was? It was not eating of the fruit. Here I am. Okay, here we go. Wait. Hold on. St. Rollo's about to tell you the red pill truth about Genesis. Adam's sin was not eating of the fruit that was forbidden. It was listening to his wife. That's what it says in that scripture. When God is laying down the law, he's ready to take them to the woodshed, whoop their asses for doing what he told them not to. First thing he told Adam, because you listened to your wife and ate of the tree, the fruit of the tree. Of course, that's thrown in there. But there's a if it was like, people give me grief about this all the time. This is something it's entertaining. It's a joke, right? Okay, you get it, right? But it is scripturally true. Because you listened to your wife and ate of the tree that the fruit of the tree of knowledge, whatever. Right? Therefore, you're cursed all your days. Right? Here's the punishment. That is in there. Like, what gets me? Here's what kills me. It's like, you talk to people like really like dyed-in-the-wool evangelical biblical literalists who believe that there was a physical human Adam and a physically human Eve, right? Like the creation story is like literal, 100% literal truth. It's not like metaphorical truth. It's not just some story that teaches a true lesson, but it's actually, this is what happened. Okay, fine. That's what happened then. Oh, well, you know, I know there's open to interpretation. That's not really it. It was actually because of the fruit. And I'm like, no. Literal. Because you listen to your wife. Then if that's the case, there must have been some reason why God prefaced that that sentence on both of them with, because you listened to your wife. You could have had you had the Garden of fucking Eden, dude. But you had to listen to this bitch. Well, I wonder what would happen if Adam would have been like, what was this fruit, bitch? She oh, no, eat it's good. You know, the snake told me it was good, and I tried it. It's fucking great, man. Try it. What would have happened if Adam said, get the fuck out of here? I'm not doing that. I don't want to die. I don't know what death is, but I certainly doesn't sound like it's really fun. So, you know, bye, bitch. What if Adam said, Felicia. Well, bye, Felicia. What if he would have said that? What if things have been a whole lot different? But because you listened to your wife and ate of the fruit, therefore you're cursed for the rest of your days and you're fucked. I just work here, man. I just report the news. I just read it. There it is. There you go. Here. You are right. Tate, do what is right for your country and bring her back to America. Well, remember, there is no extradition treaty between Dubai and the United States. I wonder if there's an extradition treaty. Somebody find this out for me. I wonder if there's an extradition treaty between Romania and the United States. Do you think there is? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's see. Fine. Here, take my money. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kowalski, analysis.
Yes. Here.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Well, I'm 1% there. Let's see. What else you got? What do you got for me? Sindel from the current MK timeline may fit. Worked with Shao Kahn to kill and overthrow King Jared, her first husband. Oh, is this a biblical thing? Sorry. This is a biblical thing. Here.
She's not a Christian!
Mm-hmm. Okay, Chris, there you go. What about the cute Catholic girl on his show, Mary? Oh, you mean Tim? I don't know. You think they're knocking boots? I don't know. Probably not. Who knows? That, by the way, you'll also notice that now, since we're on this topic, and thank you for reminding me of this, when we talk about how women destroy men's empires, okay, you can bring up Yoko Ono. She broke up the Beatles. You can bring up, I can look and see, like, I almost think like it's one thing if the woman brings the guy down and he collapses and he's like, he's a lesson. We see how he was on top of his game and then he was brought low and he was destroyed. Lesson learned. Don't be like that, right? What's worse is when the empire is still going and the empire is still functioning. And by empire, I mean like business, you know, talent, fame, fortune, whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be a literal fucking empire, okay? But when it's still going, when the TV show is still going, when the successful business is still functioning, but the founder has been replaced by the wife. When the founder or the wife gravy trains, or if you know what I mean, carpetbags, or like Me Too's. I want to, not literally Me Too, but like I want to have, like, I'm a rich dad, poor dad. I'm rich woman, poor woman, right? I want to be can girls play too? Like that, when that is what's driving the business and the guy has been sort of like sidelined, I would almost say that's more tragic than if the thing collapsed altogether and just was destroyed. Like the band was broken up. It would be different if the Beatles were still together and they're still trying to make it work with Yoko Ono in it. If you get what I'm saying. That's a worse situation than if the whole thing, then if the band breaks up and they're screwed. An excellent lesson in frame. Adam refused to join Tim's frame. Yes. Tim had the power, contextual alpha, and Adam got the boot. Lydia was spared because she didn't resist Tim's frame. Of course not. Now, you could say, well, maybe Tim. Oh, thank you for that, too, by the way. Actually, I got to give you a better one than that. Hold on. You can have that. Yes, true. I think a lot of people see Adam right now as kind of like sort of more of soy and bae. I mean, maybe back then, certainly not. Tim was nailing Lydia. Well, like, according to Adam. According to Adam. I just work here. But you can see how the Beatles were broken up. You can see how the empire was crumbling. Like that's the first, what is it? The rot of all principle begins with the first compromise, with one compromise. My grandpappy told me that. The rot of all principle begins with a single compromise. And that was a compromise. And, then of course it's like, well, we got to get rid of this guy. Oh, don't hang out with him anymore because he's the one who will rat us out. We can't have him around. We can't have him he can't be in the band anymore. We're better musicians without Adam in the band. Yeah, do it. It's like the honeyed lies poured into the ear. What do you think about having kids as a surrogate mother? Okay. I really want kids, but I'm too scared to get married and not enough alpha to have a baby mama. Okay. I'm going to tell you what I tell all the guys who have told me this before, Alex. A child needs a mother and a father. If I am going to hold women accountable, if I'm going to scream bloody murder at women who are single mothers and say, no, you cannot do it by yourself, I have to also say that to guys. Okay. Now, do single fathers raise better children than single mothers? Absolutely. The stats are there. Go get The Boy Crisis by Dr. Warren Farrell, who, by the way, was just on whatever podcast, who I watched, and I thought it was really good. Thank you. Well done. Yeoman's work, Brian. But the idea that guys would be, I want kids, but I don't want a wife. Well, what makes you better than the single mom at that point? And a boy needs a mom. And a daughter needs a mom. And it also, the daughter and the son also need a father. They get conventionally masculine and feminine gender models from the mother and the father. So it's like, to me anyways, when I talk about like single moms and stuff like that, there's a natural hesitancy for guys anyways. But for men who are single fathers, to have a child is actually a net benefit for guys. It's actually a plus. It's value added in some cases. Why is that? Because it's having a kid means you're pre-selected, literally, in the most literal sense. Some chick found you well enough off to have a kid with you. Maybe like most, I don't know if this is true, but I think most like single fathers are like, at least the impression is that maybe they're widowers. Well, he tried to make it work, but tragically the wife died. And now he's like, what is it? Lone wolf and cub. You know what I'm talking about. Which is basically the same theme as like The Mandalorian, if you really think about it. But it's lone wolf and cub. It's like you're the lone samurai and you've got your little baby and you're a dedicated, dutiful father because your wife and the mother of your child died. Right? That's noble as fuck, dude. That is way noble. And it's also sexy as hell for women because they go, oh, he's a parental investment, provisioning, protection. He's already father material because he's got a kid. He's already actually a father. That becomes a net benefit for guys if they have a kid. That's why guys with dogs, it's a substitute. But my answer to you, anyways, Alex, is don't do that to the kid. Same thing I would say to like single mommies. Don't do that to the kid. All right. And finally, Fresh Prince. I have to come back to you one more time. My good friend. Here, you get, let's see, what should I give you? Well, of course, I have to give you this, right? There you go. Yes, they do. They destroy empires. And that's, by the way, and the reason why I'm finishing off with you, Fresh, thank you for joining the show today. It's because the first thing I told the guys when they started the podcast, when they started Fresh and Fit, and I went on there and I did the after hours show, and I'm looking at the women that are around there. And one of the first things I said is you need to be careful of that, because women, I told them from day one, like 2 years ago, it was January of 2021, said you have to be careful of the women that you bring on, because once you get like gravitas, once you have clout, once you have a reputation, you can't let your guard down. And to their credit, they've had a few accusations to those points, and all of them have been completely disproved. They're all bullshit, and they have come out unscathed, even when guys are trying to use women to bring them down, to destroy their empire. They've done very well. Fresh knows this. Myron knows this. I think people think that they're a lot. It's like, what is it? Play a sucker to catch a sucker, especially with Fresh. Like, Fresh knows what he's doing. I don't think people really appreciate. They don't appreciate the genius that is Fresh. Like, oh, he's stupid. He doesn't know anything. He says stutter. Ooh. Fresh is a fucking genius, but he's tricking you. Trust me, I've seen him do it. I've seen him in action. He's fooling you. If there's any law of power that Fresh knows, it's play a sucker to catch a sucker. That's his power. That's his strength, is you underestimate Fresh. Fresh knows his shit, and I don't think enough people really appreciate that, especially when it comes to networking, especially when it comes to social and like social media and engagement. He knows his shit. So don't give me the crowd. Oh, he's not a red pill. He's a simple. Here we are. Yeah, here we are. So anyways, I told guys this too. I said, you need to be careful of, like women coming at you with like Me Too allegations and everything. And rest assured they will. And they have, at least once or twice anyways. They'll come at you and they'll try to destroy you. They'll try to destroy your reputation. No one would know. Remember when I remember the first scandal happened, when the first shoe dropped, and Abba and Preach were all over them, and suddenly now Myron's got some illegitimate kid in Los Angeles or some shit like that. That joke account, by the way, is genius. But nope, didn't happen. Not the way it did not happen. Not real. Bullshit. But boy, did they ever like bounce back from that. They know. Trust me, anybody knows the women destroy empires. These guys know that. So please do keep trying to come at them. But maybe you don't. Maybe you need to understand this. Maybe you haven't built your empire just yet. What do you got for Rolla? Do you think women, not woman, being allowed to vote help change the so they're ESL, to vote help change the immigration law in all the West countries? Men do not vote for ethic. I think you mean ethnic. They don't vote for ethical men either. To come and impregnate their woman. Yeah, I've actually written essays about that. Yes, it's called War. It's War Brides. It was an add-on essay that I did to the War Brides dynamic. You're basically describing the War Brides. Well, there's no masculine men here. All the guys in my country are 80%ers. So it's almost like geomaxing if you think about it. Although it's not geomaxing, it's like bringing them to you instead of you going expatriating the country and going to Southeast Asia and like finding some cheap Thai hooker. Right? Yeah. Yes, I agree. But probably in a little bit more nuanced way. Happy people, friends complained, but together an organization at the time of H1V that was hijacked and controlled by women and become the Alphabet organization. Thank you. Okay, I agree. Whatever. I'm not even sure what that is. CJ? After she had sex with the devil. After she had sex with the devil.
She's not a Christian.
She showed Adam how to do it. Yeah. Hey, we're naked. Hot damn. Game on. Okay. Haram. Here we go. Hamlet was based on an old Norse tale. Yeah, I think now I remember. But it was happening. Something's rotten in Denmark, right? It was a Danish tale, I wanted to say. Robert Eggers released a movie earlier based on. Okay, thank you for the. Thank you, Mr. Wizard, for your contribution there. Okay. Procol Harum. Did Procol Harum get broken up because of a chick? Just wanted to say hi. Great show. Oh, wait. Hold on. We have been graced with Echo. You guys don't know about Echo. Echo is my secret. She is the secret girl who's going to tear down the empire. She's one of my sister wives that nobody knows about. I love Echo. Let's see. MK Mortal Kombat.
Round 1. Fight.
Did I get to everybody? I believe I did. Where is that? Oh, wait, Big Mo. Big Mo could. Oh, really? Lydia also couldn't resist me either. You know what? But Big Mo will surprise the fuck out of you. I think people don't realize that, like, even at his weight, which he's decreasing, even at his weight, Big Mo still turns it out. So, let's see. Because thou hast hearkened unto. Oh, wait. Hold on. Here we go. Because thou hast hearkened unto thy voice of thy wife. Oh, sorry. It has to be King James Version, or it's not legit. Genesis 3:17. Compromise in a relationship has always involved a zero-sum game with the truth, even in the beginnings. Great show, Rolo. Why, thank you. Now, Ed Sheeran? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. There. Big Mo, I'm going to make you a mod at some point. Tim and I tagged. Of course you did.
Every time a man's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick.
Mm-hmm. What else? You guys, you're killing me with this. Would you ever have a conversation with Adam Lane Smith? Who is Adam Lane Smith? Should I know this person? I don't know who Adam Lane Smith is. I know who Adam Crigler is. I know who Adam Sosnick is. I know who Adam and Eve are. Can the grandmother play the role of a mother? Depends. I'm talking about surrogate mother super. Dude, come on now. No, please don't. Unless you're a gay couple and then mom can like bury your children. I saw that story too. Maybe that's what you're on about. Oh, Mo is a mod. Sorry. I guess I already made you one. Yeah, I did. Okay. Wait a minute. Why, yes. Yes, she is. We should have, you know what? People ask me, like, Rolo, when are you going to do RoloCon? When are you going to do Rolo and Friends? When are you going to do a convention? Nope, it's going to be one meetup. Sister Wife Weekend. Las Vegas. You guys would come. I know you would. All right. Let's see where we go. Big Mo Smash. Yeah. Echo is a good looking girl. She's all right. She's in what super chat? I told you your super chat. What super chat was it, Mike? Did I miss it? Hold on, let me look. Sam, put a super chat up real quick. Oh, you said you the man. Sorry, my bad. It passed by me, Mike. Sorry, Mike. Here, you even get one of these because I blew past it. There it is. Sorry. Got it. Now I got it. I have to scroll all the way back through. Sorry, you guys don't understand. There's a lot of... I'm a one-man show. I've been a one-man show. How tall? Oh, really? You want some questions? Okay. How tall is Mike Sartain? Mike Sartain is 6 foot. He's just a touch taller than me. I believe he's 6. I know he's like slightly taller than I am. So I'm 5'11". He's probably 6. Maybe 6'1". The Raiders moved to Las Vegas, but I guess you knew that. Really? 6'2". Is that what he said? Is that maybe he is 6'2"? I don't know, man, because I know he's not as. I know that Justin Waller's 6'3", and Justin Waller, I think, is probably much taller than he is. 6'1". Is that it? Probably 6'1". I know he's just a little bit taller. Let me tell you something. When it comes to height, Mom will destroy your kids. Yeah, I know. It doesn't show the wrench. Sorry. When it comes to height,
I do not want to believe that.
When it comes to height, I was going to say is, and I think I've said this before, is like a lot of the guys who are like sort of like in the biz, like Myron Gaines, for example, 6'3", 6'2". He's at least as tall as Justin Waller. I know for a fact Justin Waller is 6'3". George Gammon, 6'3". Actually, I think he's 6'4". Actually, the only guy I know taller than Justin is George Gammon, and George Gammon is a freaking skyscraper. And then there is and then Robert Kiyosaki. Robert Kiyosaki's at least 6'2", 6'1" or 6'2". Like when I took pictures next to, I was like in the middle. You've probably seen him on my Instagram. It's a picture of like there's Robert Kiyosaki, and then there's George Gammon, and there's me in the middle, and people are like, Rollo's like 4'11". He's a manlet. I'm like, no, dude, these guys are fucking giants. I don't know what it is, but it seems to me like the guys who like are the movers in the shit. I wonder how tall is Brian Atlas from whatever podcast. Oh, by the way, Brian who said this? Romania has an extradition treaty with the U.S. Okay, so all right, somebody gave me that. Thank you for that. That wasn't a super chat, but somebody did put that in. Whatever podcast. Sorry. Brian threw this at me. He says, hey, Rollo, Rational, what do you make of the high earning women not wanting to split the bill on the first date? They want to be, I agree. Good. They shouldn't. The guy should pay. Simple as that. Because they want to know that they, for as much as women, especially high earning feminist women who believe in egalitarian equalism, right? Like Jedediah used to. Now she's talking about how she wants a guy to lead. She wants a guy to have a plan. She wants a guy to have a date idea. She wants an exciting date. She wants a guy to actually be a dude, which is what I tried to explain back in May, June. Women can't look up to a man that is her equal. End of story. Next. But now it's like, oh, well, I want a man. Ladies, we need to let our men lead. Let's got nothing to fucking do with it, but yeah. That's why, by the way, Brian, is because women want, on an innate, evolved gut instinct, women want a guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. And in today's society, that means a guy who makes more money than her, is taller than her, has more status than her, has more clout than her, is more on his game than her. It's like what Eva Mendes and is it Ryan Gosling? You know, she didn't want to have kids. She's a feminist until she met him, and now suddenly, like, it's like, I want babies. I want to have his babies. I didn't know I wanted to be a mom until I got with this guy. Why? Because he's the fucking ideal. He's the apex. He's the fucking shit, man. I want to have his babies. That's what you're looking for, by the way. You want the hell yes girl. You want the Eva Mendes. Do you want to have my babies? Hell yes. Do you want to go on a date? Hell yes. How about we go skydiving or rock climbing? Hell yes. Have you ever done it? No. You want to do it with me? Yes. Hell yes. That's what you want. That's what you're looking for. Hell yes. That's what you, fuck yeah, I do. I'll be right there. That's what you're looking for. You want Eva Mendes. Whatever. Is that her name? Yeah. The letting me. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me explain that to you, Eva Mendes. Yes. Yes, most definitely. So here's the deal. I hate this, and I'm probably going to get into this in a religion show at some point, but like when people, and maybe it might even be with Jedediah, but like the idea that, well, it's like, oh, ladies, we need to allow our men to lead us. Do you hear the dissonance in that? It's like playing the wrong note in whatever solo, and you're playing the wrong note in a chord. We're going to let our men lead us. No, ladies, they're going to lead you whether you want it or not. They're going to step up and they're going to go in and they're like the guy that you want, your Ryan Gosling, you know, you're Eva Mendes, you want your Ryan Gosling. That guy is not going to go, oh yeah, please, baby, let me give more, please, more authority, please. No, he takes. That's what it is. Grab you by the throat. That's exactly what Tate was talking about. And everybody loses their shit when he says, you know, you got to take authority. You have to be authoritative for sure. Tative. Got it. That was a pun I didn't even intend. But authority is never given. It's earned or it is taken. You don't give it. Women don't go, oh, okay, here. I got a little authority for you here. You can have a little bit of authority, but don't get the big ego because I gave you some. Hamlet was Danish, yes, but the character was inspired by the Nordic. Okay, thank you. Really? Now I'm gonna have to look this up. Nordic legend of Amleth. Okay, thank you. Dr. Thunder. Oh, yeah. There we go. What do I... Hell, why not? Another musician who I have supreme respect for. Dr. Thunder also has his own podcast, which is actually very good, and I have appeared on it once, I believe. Yeah. Dr. Thunder, by the way, is an actual doctor, and he is a doctor of music and love of music, and he plays a mean bass. He plays... What else do you play? I know you play sax. I know you play guitar. I've seen you play 6-string or 7-string guitar. Very good bass player. The guy literally has a doctorate. He teaches music. That's why I call him doctor. So show some respect. I work in financial bankruptcy law. Many men are doing well until they get married. Then it goes downhill. Chapter 713. Yeah. Is that the guy you want to invest in? What do you think is more of what do you think is who's a better business prospect? The guy who's like the girl flirts with him at the restaurant, or the guy who gets married and he's blue pill and he's sort of under his wife's. He's the kind of guy who gets a little bit of authority, right? Which guy do you want to go into business with? I'll tell you right now, it ain't that guy. I would God forbid you get involved with a guy who get involved in a business for whatever business with a guy who is still blue pill. I think one of the I'm going to leave you guys with this. I think one of the reasons why Adam had such a problem with Lydia and Tim banging it out, I don't think it's so much of, maybe he had an ethical concerns, right? Because he's still kind of like, oh, you already have a girlfriend, you're cheating on her. It's not even that. It's the fact that she's replacing him, and she did. Eventually, she pushed him out of that organization. That's really what happened. Now, did she do that deliberately? Probably not. But her presence pushed him out. That's what got him out of the band. That's why Tim kicked him out. Well, he's a liability now. He knows I'm fucking Lydia. Hell, I don't want my girlfriend to find out. Hey, you know what, Adam, come here. We need to talk. You're not going to make it. Yeah. So it might not have been her directly, but indirectly, covertly, the power behind the throne, whether she did this on deliberately or not, we'll never know. Was it calculated? Probably not. Not back then anyways. But the fact remains is that even if it's indirectly or it's an unintentional, she forced Adam out of the group. Yoko Ono, right? She forced, it's not like she's, hey, Tim, I want him out of this fucking group. That's not what happened. She was just ingratiating herself with Tim and probably sucking his dick at the same time. That's how she ingratiated herself, right? So yeah, he's a liability for sure. But also, I'm sure there's probably some ego that was going along with that. And, it is what it is. The rest is history. And again, is it bitch shit? Are we gossipy or whatever? That's Adam. That's Adam's words. Adam was saying this, not me. My God, is it gossip if I'm like not saying it and the guy who's actually like we're talking about is saying it himself? It's not. All right. But anyways, it's an example. Please try to, if you take anything away from this show, remember this is that you have to be like people say, well, God, you guys in the Manosphere, you're always on your guard. You don't trust women, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, man, I try to curb that as much as I can because a lot of black pill doomers take it over the edge. I never trust a woman. Fuck that. Rollo's finally turning black pill with this episode. No, I'm not. You guys, I think earlier somebody asked me about that. Why does Rollo hate the black pill so much? I don't hate the black pill. I think you guys get the diagnosis right. You just get the prescription wrong. Same thing I said about MGTOW. Same thing I say about TradCon. Same thing I say about MRAs. The diagnosis is correct. You see, identifying the problem is really what the red pill is about. That's why I say there's no prescription. There's no ideology. There's no belief set. There's no philosophy. There's no 12-step program to be more. Congratulations. Here's your red pill badge of membership. That doesn't exist. Okay. Black pill is a prescription. MGTOW, prescription. TradCon definitely has been a prescription for a long time. MRAs, all the above group, all the sub tribes of the quote unquote red pill in the Manosphere, those are all prescriptions. Those are all lifestyles. Those are all, here's the way forward. That's not what the red pill, that is not what I'm about. And that is not what the red pill has ever been about and should not ever be about. We are research and development. And what happens is you come across a new development, and it forces you to rethink your freaking practices. And that's a real tough pill to swallow, right? So yes, God damn it. You know what I should do? I should actually make those like enamel pins. I could do that like a little red pill. I roll a seal of approval. Anyway, that would be my first merch, right? We'll do enamel pins. Here's your badge of red pill badge of membership pin. 10 years, 20 years in the red pill, and I only got this enamel badge. Yes. But anyways, so if I hate to like get all like, woo, watch out for evil woman, watch out, look away. That's not what I'm saying. The red pill doesn't exist so you will hate women. It exists so you won't hate women for what they cannot be to you. And part of that is understanding how women destroy men's empires. And it pains me. The whole reason I did this show, not just about like Adam Crigler and all this stuff. It's because it pains me to see very good men who otherwise busted their ass and did everything according to the success porn hustlers. They did everything right. They were on their game. They had no days off, man, because you literally cannot take a day off, right? Get up at 4 a.m., go put in do the work, man. Focus on chase excellence. Don't chase women. The problem is when you do that and you chase excellence to the exception of everything else, it's the woman that will destroy that excellence somewhere down the road because you simply don't have the education to know what women's nature is. And that's what pains me. Thank you for that. Red pill is relationship judo. Yes, it is. It's judo. It's using your opponent's energy against her, or guys for that matter too. Now, so it pains me when I see someone say the age of like Robert Kiyosaki, who has to learn these lessons late in life. Fortunately for Robert, he has enough of a war chest and is successful enough and has a good outlook on life. I love Robert. Has a very good outlook on life. I'm glad to say I helped him. I'm glad to say I was instrumental in that. But it's kind of fucked up that he built this empire that was put at risk or was certainly not the same because, hey, can girls play this game too? Like that. And because you're blue pill and you're beta, you're a liability to yourself. You are you're your own worst enemy without even knowing that you're your own worst enemy. That's why I say it's not the red pill isn't here so you'll hate women. It's so you won't hate women for what they can't be to you. And what they cannot be to you is the CFO or the COO or the can we play too? The Me Too version of whatever it is that your empire. Like it's like your empire with your name on it and your face and everything else, but she's the one that gets to be on there. I had this called up. I was going to read each one of these to you, but instead I'm just going to sum it up. I've used this data before. If you look at the 10 richest women in the world, all of them are rich for two reasons: divorce or heredity. They inherited it. They inherited their fortune. They inherited billions. Mackenzie Bezos, $33 billion in a divorce settlement, one of the largest divorce settlements of all time, and became, I think, the fifth most wealthy woman on planet fucking Earth as a result of divorce. And people will say, well, what about she was instrumental at Amazon? Yeah, but not $33 billion instrumental. That wasn't recompense. That was a divorce settlement is what that was. Now people will say, well, he was getting money out of the market. Yeah, you could probably make that. But still, the divorce existed and she made $33 billion off of that. The women who are the top earners, the alpha females, they're there not because they built the empire, but because they inherited it or they got it in a divorce settlement. That's what I'm talking about. They got the empire that some other guy built. And probably because that guy either he died or he was too blue pill and too chumpish to understand women's nature and consistently gave women the benefit of the doubt. Their wife, whatever, brought them on board, had them become integral. Oh, they self-deprecate. They'd be like, oh, I can't believe a woman like this would have anything to do with a guy like me. And she's going, biding my time. I'm almost 60. I don't need you anymore. I should have renamed the title of this. I don't need you anymore. When that happens, you're already superfluous, but it's official when she says that. And again, this isn't gloom and doom. I'm not saying women can't love you. I'm not saying that you're not going to have a good relationship with people. Again, let me sort of hedge that a little bit, because again, I'm never going to bring my wife on board here. She's never going to tag team a show with me. I'm never going to bring her up to the pulpit. And we're not going to do like, oh, let's show here. We're going to do the Rollo Tomassi relationship show with Rollo and Mrs. Rollo. That ain't going to happen. She don't want it to happen, and I don't want it to happen. Now we're married. Can she take half my stuff? Yeah, of course she can. I understand the risks involved, but like I have a relationship with my wife that is based on like mutual respect, mutual love, everything else. I'm not going to be like, oh, he thinks he's not going to be a victim. Fuck him. No, I fully understand. I know the risks involved. Been doing it pretty well for 26 years. I think I got it under control. Maybe I don't. We'll see. But I do know this: women destroy empires. So that's what I'm going with today. I will see you guys on, Wednesday of this week. I'm here for this solid week. And then on, on the 5th, I'm flying from Reno, Nevada to Miami, Florida. I will be there on the 5th through the 10th. I'll be do I have a prenup? No, I don't. And I'll tell you why, because prenups don't do jack shit. Go watch. There's a great documentary. It's called Divorce Incorporated. It has, who is it? Dr. What's the guy's name? From Loveline. Dr. Drew Pinsky. I think he's the narrator, and I think he was a producer of it. Go watch that. Go watch Divorce Incorporated, and you'll understand why it's like everybody, oh, you need a prenup. Go watch that and tell me if you think prenups work. Tell me if you think prenups will have anything to do, particularly like, why didn't, Mackenzie Bezos and Jeff Bezos have a prenup? You would think that after, I don't know how long they were married, they would have had a prenup, right? Didn't matter. Prenups do not make any difference. And by the way, prenups also don't cover child support either. So if you have babies or you have kids, it might have something to do with alimony, but it's certainly not going to do you any good when it comes to child support and custody and all that other stuff too. Keep that in mind. Prenups don't do shit. And they are to the point, and trust me, go talk to a divorce attorney. Go watch, don't even do that. Just go watch Divorce Incorporated. It's so much simpler if you just watch that, and you will understand exactly why they don't work for the average lay person. Okay. So anyways, let's see. Wednesday, I've got a midweek show that I'm going to work. It'll be a much shorter than 4.5 hours. Got something coming up for you there. I will probably be doing, making the rounds. I don't know. I don't have anything lined up as far as podcasts are concerned, like outside podcasts, but it could change. But I'm going to be doing a midweek Wednesday show. So if you guys want to come in here, and should I do a Q&A? Maybe I should do just a Q&A. Anyways, I will be in, Miami with Mike Sartain. We are both going to be in Miami. I will be going on Jedediah Biela's show. We are both going to be appearing on Adam Sosnick's show on Thursday, the 7th of December. Myself and Mike. We will probably be on Fresh and Fit multiple times. Me solo, I'll be doing the divorce show. Again, this is the week of the 5th through the 10th. Again, Cultivate Crypto still going on. I think it ends at midnight. If you want to get in on that, I'll push the link up to the top, but it's in the description. It's just below the fold in the description. So if you want to get in on that, please do. Go watch Tori stuff on the stuff that she was just doing the cut when she was doing the speed dating thing with it was actually pretty funny. It's pretty short. It's humorous. You should check it out. And go check out the Savo brothers. They are also involved with Cultivate Crypto, but they also have their own podcast now, which is Red Pill Lions podcast, which it's a variety thing. It's certainly Red Pill stuff. Check them out. Go check out the brothers Savo. And let's see, what else do I have? Okay. People come to the West and see the absence of knowledge of the traditional dynamics of the sexes. You're a primary source of wisdom of this knowledge, and it is appreciated. Why? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Say my name. There you go. If you are interested, and I know Big Mo is still in the chat. He's still watching this stuff. I will do my best, by the way, on Tuesday, Big Mo. I'll see if I can't get into the Discord for Bible study for if you belong to Fresh and Fit's Discord server, if you're a member of that, on Tuesdays they have like home fellowship. They read my book for a couple chapters and they talk about it. And it's just like sort of a group, chat. I've been trying to get in there. I've been there like every other week. So I'll try to get in there on this Tuesday. They do it on Tuesday, and I want to say it's at 9. Oh, there you are. Are you? You're official Red Pill Lions. I'm unofficial Savo. Yes, you are. You're the fourth member of the Savos. The fourth member of the Beatles. You're the fifth member of the Beatles. But Big Mo and Icy and I forget who else are running the Discord server chat for it's home fellowship, right? It's Bible study. So go check out that on the Discord server for Fresh and Fit. Also, make sure you are a member of the Discord server for the Red Pill Lions. Those two servers, by the way, are probably the most active Red Pill servers I think are out there. So if you get membership to both, please. And those are like kind of like my home ones. Let's see. Oh, I made you a mod already. So thanks, Big Mo. Is that it? I think that is it. All right. Oh, last one. They're not actual Bibles. No, the Bible of the Red Pill. My book, the Rational Male. Yes. What is this? Lydia hasn't said she hasn't smashed Tim. She hasn't said that she hasn't said that the rumors are true. Please, I love you, brother. I love you, brother. Don't get lost in the weeds. The message here is you have to be. Yeah. Remember how I say that like the red pill saves lives? Like kill the beta before the beta kills you. In this instance, it's kill the beta before you lose your empire. Understand your nature and women's nature. I'm not saying that you got to just, no, fuck evil women. No, I'm saying know the nature, know how to play the game so that you can play it better and play it well. That's really what it's about. You want here's a prescription for you. You want some love. Here's Uncle Rolo's going to give you a philosophy. Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better. Understand the nature of the game, understand your talents, understand your skills, understand your nature as a man, and understand how the game is played, and understand what your opponents, your adversaries, whatever, understand them and play the game better. Get better. Do better. As Fresh would say, although he'd add something else to it. Do better. Play the game better. Don't wish the baskets were lower. Don't wish the game were different. Wish you were better. You can do it. You can exceed. You can excel. You just have to understand the rules of the game and you have to play it better than anybody else. Really, that's all there is to it. And last but not least, I'm going to be working on this song. And we're going to add, as far as I know, CJ, our guitarist in Trial of Ascension, really wants to do this song. So, because now he really enjoys it. I need a 5-string bass. So I need 6, 5 strings, fine. Finally. And why did I bring up Big Mo? Because Big Mo already knows that there is merchandise on trialofascension.com. I think you got a hoodie or you got a beanie with our logo on it, but we have logoed stuff. Go to trialofascension.com, look at the merch. There's a merch tab and you can pick up that. People say, where's Rolo's merch? It's right there. Go check it out. And you'll be able to pick up on this song. preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Registered trademark 2022. All rights reserved. Don't steal my stuff. It's...
Guilty, guilty, guilty!